Hello, 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 everybody. Gonna be doing a couple warm-up survivor matches, then we'll swap to solo killering. Mars, congrats on getting first. Hello, hello, hello. Gonna be running some solo 2v8 killer, unless somebody decides to join. But I figure we can have some fun vibing with some new peeps, new moiterers. Should be a good time. It didn't update. Dead by daylight. Save. There we go. It was not intentional. It was just restream doing restream things. Anyway. Here we go. Ba-bum. 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 This should be correct, then. I was typing it really fast. I was in a rush. I'll fix it. Oh my gosh. I just typed it up real fast and hit live. I was not paying attention. Quentin with the raid. Hello, hello. Welcome in. The Foregone Soul. Man, that stays up there a long time. I did not realize how long that stayed up. Also, this game is taking forever to load. And that is A-okay. How was your stream? How was the gaming? Who's laggy? Oof, like everybody. How goes it? Oh, naughty bear dropper. Okay. Why is my hand shaking? Damn. Hollow Cure and the movie Baldur's Gate 3. Nice. That's really cool. Why is everything suddenly like super loud? Oh, because my headset's like turned way up. I can't do hook exercises in the cages. It's so lame. Gosh, there's so many pallets gone already. Oh, Steve. Oh, good Lord. Yeah. I'm just gonna be camped now. I thought I hit that on time. I did not. Whoopsie daisy. Well, this is lame. Yeah, they're just gonna camp me out. So you picked yourself up, and instead of picking me out of the cage, you just fucked off. Okay. Yeah. I can't believe they got me on time. Bye. Oh, good Lord. I wonder what causes the ability to get like chunks of progress back. It's very strange. Damn. This is why we need warm-up. That really sucks. Nearly getting camped out and then don't even get a chance to do anything after. Like, really fucking lame. Oh well. We continue. Hello, cat. Wah. Hush. You are such a baby. Oh my goodness. You're such a baby. Oh, nice. Green. You're such a baby. Oh my goodness. I've been giving you attentions. But for some reason, you are still demanding more attentions. Probably. I have a yellow loaf on my leg. Nice. Ah, fuck. What? Fucking Bluetooth saws. Yeah, just stick the butt in the air. Whiny baby. Butt scratches, butt scratches, butt scratches. What? Oh my goodness. What? Oh. You and your whack tail. Oh my gosh. I did it too early. Okay. Go be a nuisance elsewhere. Can I? Hello? Hi, Jack. How are you? I think I'm gonna put like a little bit into this gen. And just come back and check it later. Aw, fuck. You've been busy with Baldur's Gate. Then your heat stopped working. Oh my god. That's insane. Well, you're always welcome here to come and get your DBD fix. Please move. Interest. Okay. Yeah, it's nice to see you here too. You gotta get some of these pallets back up. I was gonna say he's not gonna expect people here, but then... Oh well. I tried. Oh, there's a medkit here. Maybe full. Maybe I heal and hide, even though there's only one John left. Oh, jeez. Okay. You heal? I go for guy. Oh. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, can I help you? I don't know why they were BMing at the end. That was weird. Alright, so we try one more, and then I think it'll be killing and reading time. Loaf. Desk loaf, desk loaf. It's a dear desk loaf. I think it would be really funny if the scout ability to rebuild and pick up pallets also let you rebuild breakable walls. Just for the memes. What, Grumpy? Oh my god. Just oh my gosh. Kylie, thank you. Oh my gosh, there's so many pallets gone on this side. Hello, Floofer. Damn, they're being very defensive about this side. I want one of these over here. This will be the better one. Mm. Mm. Hi, hero. And you. Hello. Gosh, this area is so dead. Oh, well, nothing we can do about that one. How are you here? Oh, well. Never mind. Oh. Yeah. This is my first hook though, so I should go towards that door, I think. Or it'll just punt me completely across the map from any doors. Okay, sure. Trying to do better. Did you get any more information today? Seriously? Why do you have to find a new major? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. That's really weird. You sent me a cat. Oh no. Ah, I see. The bab. She plop. Now, how did that end up happening? Or were you just like not really focused on school at the start and then locked in later on? Predicament. Fair. How did you start in bad standing? Or did you mean like the first semester? Ah. And did you just not commit to the smite thing? I mean, you're welcome to join Phantom. I was just gonna try to meet up new people, but always happy to have someone. Damn, that sucks though. That would have been really cool. Just let me know when you're on. Let me see. And then I can move you to the correct voice call. Yeah, I know the lobbies are going to take a while. That is why we are going to be reading MIsery in between. So, well, continuing to read MIsery. We're about... we're almost a third of the way through. More than a quarter, less than a third, but we're close. Ah, okay. Or do you mean it's going to take you a while to get on? It's like 300 some pages. Come on, how are you? Yeah, 310 pages. And we are on page 80. Like, we've gone through 80 pages of a book already, which is kind of nutty. Especially over only, like, what, a few sessions? All right, have a good night, Jack. You're apparently a bully to the killers in DBD tonight. Oh, no. I got camped because somebody went down like right next to my cage, and so they camped me to second. Nearly camped me out, but the person used their ability and instead of uncaging me, fucked off to nowhere land. So then eventually I got teleported and somebody got me at the last second. Still died though, because then I basically got healed, went to like think about going and starting a gen, and they just hunted me down. So that sucked. What happens? Also, Phantom, you didn't tell me whether it was going to be a while until you're able to join, or you were reminding me that the queues were going to be a while. I ready up in the meantime, because... oh, no worries. I kind of figured that's why I, recent 45 matches in a row that had spirit players. Okay, no worries. Yeah, I've been playing Scout, so I've been having a good time with spirit players for once. Had one who kind of got her ankles broken because she refused to use phase because she knew I was Scout and she wouldn't find me. Scout is also my favorite. It's so much fun. I have only been able to get one flashlight save so far. I've gotten two. I've gotten really close a few times, but the range on the flashlights just isn't there. Jesus. I see you knocked my Kleenex box over. Yeah, I've gotten hit with a few flashlight saves that were spicy. You got something in your eye. Okay. Like, I thought they were super, super late, and it just, like, gave it to him. I guess because you can't, like, turn away the animation is longer. So even though the save is, like, technically late, it goes through. I do not know. Are you on Steam? Playing console? Okay. Well, that's the thing. I do not see you in the list. So it does not look like you have. But yeah. If you just type in Neko Andromeda TTV, I am both things that pull up. Well, sometimes one of mine duplicates, but it's the same thing. I think it's because I have changed my Steam name, so it got grumpy. Awesome. Decline. No. Cat. Stop being a nuisance. Okay. Well, do we want to start reading so we can get a jump start on misery for the night? Actually, they all popped up at once. That's really funny. Ah, fuck, that sucks, hero. I wonder if there's, like, some kind of... like, overseeing thing where they can't lie. Unless they're, like, counting, like, oh, it's... you can count an English major with no minor, or an English major with a minor in editing, or an English major with a minor in American literature, or an English major with a minor in whatever, like... Steel Path in Warframe. I'm sure that is great. I have no idea what it means, but congratulations. That's hilarious, Karma. Also, if anybody else wants to join for Killer Games, we can always, like, swap out every couple. If people want to, like, chill. I can also hang out in a voice call if people want to listen to me read without the game sounds. No worries, Karma. Applied sociology. That's interesting. I don't even know how I would manage that. Maybe as Survivor, I could set it up if I had like a digital copy of the book, but I don't. I'm reading out of a like actual book. So speaking of, I think we want to continue, and I need to set my mic up so it's in a little better position for reading, as it just like gets caught on the everything. Oh, hold on, I forgot I need to turn on a different light. Really sucks for reading and gaming back to back. I don't know which it was. Hello, Trey. It can be. Also, I don't know what the noise was. Could have been me tripping. Could have been me smacking something with my leg. Who knows? But I'm not one for jump scare Wraith, just because I'm much too aggressive of a player for that. But thank you, Kat. Well, it's not so much the position of my microphone as the position of the everything else. My desk area is fairly tight. And my chair doesn't have wheels. So I just have to turn it, and sometimes if I turn it too far, it bonks into my desk. And also sometimes I just like hip check my desk when I'm walking behind my chair. Could have been. The cats have also been known to attack my microphone puff, so. And usually if they're not actively yelling at me, I don't necessarily notice their presence. They're just kind of there all the time. Anyway, we continue in the book where we last left off. Our main character has now acquired extra. Only if they get really playful and I antagonize them too much do they attack me. I mean, Dia just sometimes bites my ankles, but I don't know that that counts. She's just kind of a butt about that. Anyway, man has the drugs that he is addicted to, and he is now considering going and trying to access the telephone while our antagonist, Annie, could come back at any moment. We have no idea how long she'll be gone, but he did send her off to get papers. Who knows? So, we've been listening to his thoughts. How many times have you heard the supposed telephone ring? So now there's a requirement. Your phone has to ring at least once a day or a mountain bell comes and takes it out. Besides, I haven't even been conscious most of the time. You're pushing your luck. You're pushing your luck and you know it. Yes, he knew it. But the thought of that telephone, the imagined sensation of the cool black plastic under his fingers, the click of the rotary dial, or the single booping sound as he touch-toned to 0, these were seductions too great to resist. He worked the wheelchair around until it was facing the parlor. Then he rolled down to it. The place smelled musty, unaired, obscurely tired. Although the curtains guarding the bow windows were only half drawn, affording a lovely view of the mountains, the room seemed too dark. Because its colors were too dark, he thought. Dark red predominated, as if someone had spilled a great deal of venous blood in here. Over the mantel was a tinted photograph portrait of a forbidding woman with tiny eyes buried in a fleshy face. The rosebud mouth was pursed. The photograph, enclosed in a rococo frame of gold gilt, was the size of the president's photograph in the lobby of a big city post office. Paul did not need a notarized statement to tell him that this was Annie's sainted mother. He rolled farther into the room. The left side of the wheelchair struck a small, occasional table covered with ceramic gewgaws. They chattered together, and one of them, a ceramic penguin sitting on a ceramic ice block, fell off the table. Without thinking, he reached out and grabbed it. The gesture was almost casual, and then reaction set in. He held the penguin tightly in his curled fist, trying to will the shakes away. All right. Let's go. Oh. I'll head off this way. Ooh, somebody's over there. Nice, nice. Beautiful. Force him to mend. Hell yeah, let's fucking go, dude. Interesting. Perfect. Medic. Uh-huh. Messed up. Have fun with your haste. Oh. Nice sneakers. Man, they are really bad about getting saves. Thank you, Felix. Uh-huh. Jesus, that was such a late pallet throw. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 5 left. And 6 hooks, so there's one of them who has an additional hook left. And the rest are easily death hook. Let's see which one you are. There we go. Nice. Dead. Nice. Good find. That one gave up. Perfect. Oh, that was the one who had a hook left. Nice. And that is GG. You never gotten 8 kills before? Well, I'm glad we could get you an 8-kill match. And then Karma, yeah. Oh, well. Oh, hi, Loaf. I see you found a bag. You're fine, dude. You did great. All right. You caught it. No sweat. Besides, there's a rug on the floor. Probably wouldn't have broken anyway, but if it had, his mind screamed back. If it had, please. Hi, Shark Man. Anyway. Please, you have to go back to your room before you leave something. A track. No, not yet. Not yet, no matter how frightened he was, because this had cost him too much. If there was a payoff, he was going to have it. He looked around the room, which was stuffed with heavy, graceless furniture. It should have been dominated by the bow windows and the gorgeous view of the Rockies beyond them, but was instead dominated by the picture of that fleshy woman imprisoned in the ghastly, glaring frame with its twists and curlicues and frozen gilded swags. On a table at the far end of the couch, where she would sit to watch TV, was a plain dialer telephone. Gently, hardly daring to breathe, he put the ceramic penguin. Now my tale is told, the legend on the block of ice read back on the knick-knack table and rolled across the room toward the phone. There was an occasional table in front of the sofa. He gave it a wide berth. On it was a spray of dried flowers in an ugly green vase, and the whole thing looked top-heavy, ready to tip over if he so much as brushed it. No cars coming outside, only the sound of the wind. He grasped the handset of the phone in one hand and slowly picked it up. A queer, predestined sense of failure filled his mind even before he got the handset to his ear and heard nothing. He replaced the receiver slowly. A line from an old Roger Miller song occurred to him, and seeming to make certain senseless sense. No phone, no pool, no pets. I ain't got no cigarettes. He traced the phone cord with his eye, saw the small square module on the baseboard, saw that the jack was plugged into it. Everything looked in perfect working order, like the barn with its heat tapes. Keeping up appearances is very, very important. He closed his eyes and saw Annie removing the jack and squeezing Elmer's glue into the hole in the module. Saw her replacing the jack in the dead white glue, where it would harden and freeze forever. The phone company would have no idea that anything was wrong unless someone attempted to call her and reported the line out of service. But no one called Annie, did they? She would receive regular monthly bills on her dead line, and she would pay them promptly. But the phone was only stage dressing, part of her never-ending battle to keep up appearances, like the neat barn with its fresh red paint and cream trim and heat tapes to melt the winter ice. Had she castrated the phone in case of just such an expedition as this? Had she foreseen the possibility that he might get out of the room? He doubted it. The phone, the working phone, would have gotten on her nerves long before he came. She would have lain awake at night, looking up at the ceiling of her bedroom, listening to the high country whine of the wind, imagining the people who must be thinking of her with either dislike or outright malevolence. All the world's Roidmans, people who might, any of them, at any time, take a notion to call her on the telephone and scream, "You did it, Annie. They took you all the way to Denver, and we know you did it. They don't take you all the way to Denver if you're innocent." She would have asked for and gotten an unlisted number, of course. Anyone tried for and acquitted of some major crime, and if it had been Denver, it had been major, would have done that. But even an unlisted number would not comfort a deep neurotic like Annie Wilkes for long. They were all in league against her. They could get the number if they wanted. Probably the lawyers who had been against her would be glad to pass it out to anyone who asked for it, and people would ask, oh yes. For she would see the world as a dark place full of moving human masses like seas, a malevolent universe surrounding a single small stage upon which a single savagely bright pin spot illuminated only her. So best to eradicate the phone, silence it, as she would silence him if she knew he had gotten even this far. Panic burst shrilly up in his mind, telling him that he had to get out of there and back to his room, hide the pills somewhere, return to his place by the window so that when she returned, she would see no difference at all. And this time, he agreed with the voice. He agreed wholeheartedly. He backed carefully away from the phone, and when he gained the room's one reasonably clear area, he began the laborious job of turning the wheelchair around, careful not to bump the occasional table as he did so. He had nearly finished the turn when he heard an approaching car and simply knew it was her returning from downtown. He nearly fainted in the grip of the greatest terror he had ever known, a sudden terror that was filled with deep and unmanning guilt. He suddenly remembered the only incident in his life that came remotely close to this one in its desperate emotional quality. He had been 12. It was summer vacation, his father working, his mother gone to spend the day in Boston with Mrs. Kasprak from across the street. He had seen a pack of her cigarettes and had lit one of them. He smoked it enthusiastically, feeling both sick and fine, feeling the way he imagined robbers must feel when they stick up banks. Halfway through the cigarette, the room filled with smoke. He had heard her opening the front door. "Polly, it's me. I've forgotten my purse." He had begun to wave madly at the smoke, knowing it would do no good, knowing he was caught, knowing he would be spanked. It would be more than a spanking this time. He remembered the dream he'd had during one of his grayouts. Annie cocking the shotgun, twin triggers, and saying, "If you want your freedom so bad, Paul, I'd be happy to grant it to you." The sound of the engine began to drop as the approaching car slowed down. It was her. Paul settled his hands he could barely feel on the wheels and rolled the chair toward the hallway, sparing one glance at the ceramic penguin on its block of ice. Was it in the same place it had been? He couldn't tell. He would have to hope. He rolled down the hallway toward the bedroom door, gaining speed. He hoped to shoot right through, but his aim was a little off. It was a dream, Hero. He dreamed that she came in and threatened him with a shotgun. Only a little, but the fit was so tight that a little was enough. The wheelchair thumped against the right side of the doorway and bounced back a little. "Did you chip the paint?" His mind screamed at him. "Oh, Jesus Christ, did you chip the paint? Did you leave a track?" No chip. There was a small dent, but no chip, thank God. He backed and filled frantically, trying to navigate the fineness of the doorway's tight fit. The car motor swelled, nearing, still slowing. Now he could hear the crunch of its snow tires. Easy. Easy does it. He rolled forward, and then the hubs of the wheels struck solid against the sides of the bedroom door. He pushed harder, knowing it wasn't going to do any good. He was stuck in the doorway like a cork in a wine bottle, unable to go either way. He gave one final heave, the muscles in his arms quivering like overtuned violin strings, and the wheelchair passed through with the same low squealing noise. The Cherokee turned into the driveway. She'll have packages, his mind gibbered. The typewriter paper, maybe a few other things as well, and she'll be careful coming up the walk because of the ice. You're in here now. The worst is over. There's time. Still time. He rolled farther into the room, then turned in a clumsy semicircle. As he rolled the wheelchair parallel to the open bedroom door, he heard the Cherokee's engine shut off. He leaned over, grasped the doorknob, and tried to pull the door shut. The tongue of the lock still stuck out like a stiff steel finger, bumped the jamb. He pushed it with the ball of his thumb. It began to move, then stopped. stopped dead, refusing to let the door close. He stared at it stupidly for a moment, thinking of that old Navy maxim. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. Please, God, no more. Wasn't it enough she killed the phone? He let go of the tongue. It sprang all the way out again. He pushed it in again and encountered the same obstruction. Inside the guts of the lock, he heard an odd rattling and understood. It was the part of the bobby pin which had broken off. It had fallen in some way that was keeping the locked tongue from retracting completely. He heard the Cherokee's door open. He even heard her grunt as she got out. He heard the rattle of paper bags as she gathered up her parcels. Ooh, interesting place to pause. Yeah. I was not that close, but all right, game. Oh my gosh. How did I get fucking auto-aimed like that? Bluetooth phallus phone, yeah. That's why it's paying 124, that's why. Jesus. Hi. Good move. Yes. Know your killer. Beautiful. That'll get us somebody on second. He's easy to find. Yes. Beautiful. Now they got her healed. There we go. Beautiful. That was a really solid hit. Nice. If we can find Alucard, he's dead. Ah, hello. Speaking of, hi. Damn. Okay, they're trying to protect, but I'm also... Haha. Okay, that's 2 dead. Nice. Random sprint. All right. Good fake. Very nice. Nice. No. There we go. Difficult, very difficult. Okay. This is rough, but we're making it. Back there. Interesting. Send them all to Ohio. Okay. 4 left. 1 gen. Found it. Ah, fuck. They had 2. Got him. Which door? Which door? Which door? Okay, get her pushed out. Got 1 saved. And heal. Okay, this door's also open. They're here. Damn. Oh, we got half. GG's. Whew, that was a rough one. I still nearly had a perfect game. That's crazy. Oh my god. Well, for once, this is possible in a single match. I do feel sorry for the Alucard. I went out of my way to make sure he died because I knew he was deathlock for sure. GG's. But we were down a buck. That's hilarious. Oh my god. He deserved the tunnel, trust. Look, there's some people who I had an ace the other day who every time he vaulted or dropped a pallet, he would bag, even if he was he was so bad. All of his chases were really short, but he dropped a pallet so I couldn't swing and down him, and then he teabagged, didn't get a stun or anything. He just dropped the pallet, and it was ace players are the worst. They're pretty bad. I find that Kate players, I have huge issue with Kate players for some reason. Especially he knows. It's always the fucking Kates. Hey, don't be shit talking my main man. That's my boy. But GG's everybody, and appreciate the follows. Meg players are truly toxic. I have a Meg main. She's off doing school to be a paramedic right now, and she would agree with you. Good luck, you guys. Yeah, survivor queues are crazy short. Good luck in the next one. It is why we're reading books in between games. Haha. Anyway, we continue. I have to remember where I left off. All right, at the top of the page. Hi, Jack. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Anyway. Come on, he whispered, and began to trivy the tongue gently back and forth. It went in perhaps a 16th of an inch each time and then stopped. You could hear the goddamn bobby pin rattling inside there. Come on, come on, come on. He was crying again, unaware of it, sweat and tears mingling freely on his cheeks. He was vaguely aware that he was still in great pain despite all the dope he had swallowed. That he was going to pay a high price for this little piece of work. Not so high as the one she'll make you pay if you can't get this goddamn door closed again, Polly. He heard her crunching, cautious footsteps as she made her way up the path, the rattle of bags, and now the rattle of her house keys as she took them from her purse. Come on, come on, come on. This time, when he pushed the tongue, there was a flat click from inside the lock, and the jut of metal slid 1/4 of an inch into the door. Not enough to clear the jam, but almost. Please, come on. He began to chivvy the tongue faster, diddling it, listening as she opened the kitchen door. Then, like a hideous flashback to that day when his mother had caught him smoking, Annie called cheerily, "Paul, it's me. I've got your paper." God, I'm caught. Please. God, no, God, don't let her hurt me, God. His thumb pressed convulsively tight against the tongue of the lock. There was a muffled snap as the bobby pin broke. The tongue slid all the way in the door. In the kitchen, he heard a zipper rasp as she opened her parka. He closed the bedroom door, the click of the latch. Did she hear that? She must have heard that. It sounded as loud as the tracker's starter's gun. He backed the wheelchair up toward the window. He was still backing and feeling as her footsteps began to come down the hallway. "I've got your paper, Paul. Are you awake?" Never in time. She'll hear. He gave the guide lever a final wrench and rolled the wheelchair into place beside the window just as her key rattled in the lock. It won't work. The bobby pin. And she'll be suspicious. But the piece of alien metal must have fallen all the way to the bottom of the lock because her key worked perfectly. He sat in his chair, eyes half closed, hoping madly that he had gotten the chair back where it had been. At least close enough to it so she wouldn't notice. Hoping that she would take his sweat-drenched face and quivering body simply as reactions to missing his medication. Hoping, most of all, that he hadn't left a track. It was when the door swung open that he looked down and saw that by looking for individual tracks with such agonized concentration, he had ignored a whole buffalo run. The boxes of Novril were still in his lap. And no, I've never seen the movie. 35. She had 2 packages of paper, and she held one in each hand, smiling. "Just what you asked for, isn't it? Triad Modern. 2 reams here, and I have 2 more in the kitchen, just in case. So you see," she broke off, frowning, looking at him. "You're dripping with sweat, and your color is very hectic." She paused. "What have you been doing?" And although that set the panicky little voice of his lesser self to squealing again that he was caught and might as well give it up, might as well confess and hope for her mercy, he managed to meet her suspicious gaze with an ironic weariness. "I think you know what I've been doing," he said. "I've been suffering." From the pocket of her skirt, she took a Kleenex and wiped his brow. The Kleenex came away wet. She smiled at him with that terrible, bogus maternity. "Has it been very bad?" Yes, it has. Now can I told you about making me mad. Live and learn. Isn't that what they say? Well, if you live, I guess you'll learn. Can I have my pills now? In a minute, she said. Her eyes never left his sweaty face, its waxy pallor and red rash-like blotches. First, I want to make sure there's nothing else you want. Nothing else stupid old Annie Wilkes forgot because she doesn't know how Mr. Smart Guy goes about writing a book. I want to make sure you don't want me to go back to town and get you a tape recorder or maybe a special pair of writing slippers or something like that. Because if you want me to, I'll go. Your wish is my command. I won't even wait to give you your pills. I'll hop right into old Bessie again and go. So what do you say, Mr. Smart Guy? You all set? I'm all set, said Annie, please. And you won't make me mad anymore? No, I won't make you mad anymore. Because when I get mad, I'm not really myself. Her eyes dropped. She was looking down to where his hands were cupped tightly together over the sample boxes of Novril. She looked for a very long time. Paul? She asked softly. Paul, why are you holding your hands like that? He began to cry. It was guilt he cried from, and he hated that most of all, in addition to everything else that this monstrous woman had done to him. She had made him feel guilty as well. So he cried from guilt, but also from simple, childish weariness. He looked up at her, tears flowing down his cheeks, and played the absolute last card in his hand. I want my pills, he said, and I want the urinal. I held it all the time you were gone, Annie, but I can't hold it much longer, and I don't want to wet myself again. She smiled softly, radiantly, and pushed his tumbled hair off his brow. You poor dear. Annie has put you through a lot, hasn't she? Too much. Mean old Annie. I'll get it right away. 36. He wouldn't have dared put the pills under the rug, even if he had thought he had time to do so before she came back. The packages were small, but the bulges would still be all too obvious, and he heard her go into the downstairs bathroom. He took them, reached painfully around his body, and stuffed them into the back of his underpants. Sharp cardboard corners poked into the cleft of his buttocks. She came back with the urinal, an old-fashioned tin device that looked absurdly like a blow dryer, in one hand. She had 2 Novril capsules and a glass of water in the other. All right, off we go. I wasn't uncloaked yet. Nice. Hi, Soma. Beautiful. Damn, I was so close. We had 2 medics here. accent's going better. Gotta love auto aim. Love it. Nice. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Almost. All right. Lovely. And a boop. I've almost got my chase maxed. There's 2 categories, 3 categories. One. Ah. Near perfect game. Super close. I just needed a little bit more chase. But that's always really difficult with Wraith. Hello, Fluff. Can I help you? Can I help you? GG's, and thank you for the follow. Good luck to you too. 2 more of those on top of the ones you took half an hour ago may drop you into a coma and then kill you, he thought. And a second voice answered at once. Fine with me. He took the pills and swallowed them with water. She held out the urinal. Do you need help? I can do it, he said. She turned considerately away while he fumbled his penis into the cold tube and urinated. He happened to be looking at her when the hollow splashing sounds commenced, and he saw she was smiling. All done? She asked a few moments later. Yes. He actually needed to urinate quite badly. In all the excitement, he hadn't had time to think of such things. She took the urinal away from him and set it carefully on the floor. Now let's get you back in bed, she said. You must be exhausted, and your legs must be singing grand opera. He nodded, although the truth was that he could not feel anything. This medication, on top of what he'd already given himself, was rolling him toward unconsciousness at an alarming rate, and he was beginning to see the room through gauzy layers of gray. He held on to one thought. She was going to lift him into bed, and when she did, she would have to be blind as well as numb to not notice that the back of his underwear happened to be stuffed with little boxes. She got him over to the side of the bed. Just a minute longer, Paul, and you can take a snooze. Annie, could you wait 5 minutes, he managed. She looked at him, gaze narrowing slightly. I thought you were in a lot of pain, Buster. I am, he said. It hurts too much. My knee mostly, where you lost your temper. I'm not ready to be picked up. Could I have 5 minutes to... He knew what he wanted to say, but it was drifting away from him, drifting away and into the gray. He looked at her helplessly, knowing he was going to be caught after all. To let the medication work, she asked, and he nodded gratefully. Of course. I'll just put a few things away and come right back. As soon as she was out of the room, he was reaching behind him, bringing the boxes and stuffing them under the mattress one by one. The layers of gauze kept thickening, moving steadily from gray toward black. Get them as far under as you can, he thought blindly. Make sure you do that so if she changes the bed, she won't pull them out with the ground sheet. Get them as far under as you. He shoved the last under the mattress, then leaned back and looked up at the ceiling where the W's danced drunkenly across the plaster. Africa, he thought. Now I must rinse, he thought. Oh, I am in so much trouble here. What are we reading? I am reading Misery by Stephen King. Tracks, he thought. Did I leave tracks? Did I? Paul Sheldon fell unconscious. When he woke up, 14 hours had gone by, and outside it was snowing again. Part 2. Misery. Writing does not cause misery. It is born of misery. One. Misery's Return by Paul Sheldon for Annie Wilkes. Chapter 1. Although Ian Carmichael would not have moved from Little Dunthorpe for all the jewels in the Queen's treasury, he had to admit to himself that when it rained in Cornwall, it rained harder than anywhere else in England. There was an old strip of toweling hung from a hook in the entryway, and after hanging up his dripping coat and removing his boots, he used it to towel his dark blonde hair dry. Distantly, from the parlor, he could hear the rippling strains of Chopin, and he paused with the strip of towel still in his left hand, listening. The moisture running down his cheeks now was not rainwater, but tears. He remembered Geoffrey saying, "You must not cry in front of her. Old man, that is one thing you must never do." Geoffrey was right, of course. Dear old Geoffrey was rarely wrong, but sometimes, when he was alone, the nearness of Misery's escape from the Grim Reaper came forcibly home to him, and it was nearly impossible to hold the tears back. He loved her so much. Without her, he would die. Without Misery, there would simply be no life left for him or in him. Her labor had been long and hard, but no longer and no harder than that of many other young ladies he had seen, the midwife declared. It was only after midnight, an hour after Geoffrey had ridden into the gathering storm to try and fetch the doctor, that the midwife had grown alarmed. That was when the bleeding had started. Dear old Geoffrey, he spoke it aloud this time as he stepped into the huge and stuperously warm West Country kitchen. "Did you speak, young sir?" Miss Ramage, the Carmichaels' crotchety but lovable old housekeeper, asked him as she came in from the pantry. As usual, her mob cap was askew, and she smelled of the snuff she firmly believed, after all these years, to be a secret device. "Not on purpose, Mrs. Ramage," Ian said. "By the sound of your coat dripping out there in the entryway, you nearly drowned between the sheds and the house." "Aye, so I nearly did," Ian said, and thought, if Geoffrey had returned with the doctor even 10 minutes later, I believe she would have died. This was a thought he tried consciously to discourage. It was both useless and gruesome, but the thought of life without Misery was so terrible that it sometimes crept up on him and surprised him. Now, breaking into these gloomy meditations, there came the healthy bawl of a child, his son, awake and more than ready for his afternoon meal. Faintly, he could hear the sound of Annie Wilkes, Thomas's capable nurse, as she began to soothe him and change his napkin. "The wee bairn's in good voice today," Miss Ramage observed. Ian had one moment to think again, with surpassing wonder, that he was father of a son, and then his wife spoke from the doorway. "Hello, darling." He looked up, looked at his Misery, his darling. She stood lightly poised in the doorway, her chestnut hair with its mysterious, deep red glints like dying embers flowing over her shoulders in gorgeous profusion. Her complexion was still too pallid, but in her cheeks Ian could see the first signs of returning color. Her eyes were dark and deep, and glow of the kitchen lamps sparkled in each, like small and precious diamonds lying upon darkest jeweler's felt. My darling, he cried and ran to her, as he had that day in Liverpool, when it seemed certain that the pirates had taken her away, as Mad Jack Wickersham had sworn they would. Mrs. Ramage suddenly remembered something she had left undone in the parlor and left them together. She went, however, with a smile on her face. Mrs. Ramage, too, had her moments where she could not help wondering what life might have been like if Geoffrey and the doctor had arrived an hour later on that dark and stormy night 2 months ago, or if the experimental blood transfusion in which her young master had so bravely poured his own life's blood into Misery's depleted veins had not worked. "Oh, girl," she told herself as she hurled down the hall. "Some things dinna bear thinking now." Good advice. Advice even Ian had given himself. But both had discovered that good advice was sometimes easier to give than receive. In the kitchen, Ian hugged Misery tightly to him, feeling his soul live and die, then live again in the sweet smell of her warm skin. He touched the swell of her breast and felt the strong and steady beat of her heart. "If you had died, I should have died with you," he whispered. She put her arms around his neck, bringing the firmness of her breast more fully into his hand. "Hush, my darling," Misery whispered. "And don't be silly. I'm here. Right here. Now kiss me. If I die, I fear it will be with desire for you." He pressed his mouth against hers and plunged his hands deeply into the glory of her chestnut hair, and for a few moments there was nothing at all, except for the two of them. 2. Annie laid the 3 pages of typescript on the night table beside him, and he waited to see what she would say about them. He was curious, but not really nervous. He had been surprised, really, at how easy it had been to slip back into Misery's world. Her world was corny and melodramatic, but that did not change the fact that returning there had been nowhere near as distasteful as he had expected. It had been, in fact, rather comforting, like putting on a pair of old slippers. So his mouth dropped open, and he was frankly and honestly flabbergasted when she said, "It's not right." Ooh, she doesn't like it. Enjoy your haste. Perfect. Get rid of an annoying pallet. Man, they are really not getting their end cages. Jesus Christ. We have 5 people in cages right now. What the heck? And somebody gave up. What is happening? Right. Let's go kill Leon Bot. Good try. I need more chase points. Bro, just play the game. Alrighty then. Yeah, they just like Lori. All right, the Lori gave up. No. I don't know why they didn't just keep playing. They would have done a lot better if they didn't have people just standing still like dum-dums. Very strange, very strange. I'm having to... I just got a reminder to pay a bill. I don't know why I got it at 10:30 at night, but, you know. Hey, no worries. You're welcome to play any killer you like. You don't necessarily have to be good. We're just here for the funsies, you know. You don't like it? You could hardly believe it. How could she have liked other misery novels and not like this? This was so misery-esque, it was nearly a caricature, but with motherly old Mrs. Ramo just dipping snuff in the pantry, Ian and Misery pawing each other like a couple of horny kids just home from the Friday night high school dance, and now she was the one who looked bewildered. Like it? Of course I like it. It's beautiful. Ian swept her into his arms. I cried. I couldn't help it. Her eyes actually were a bit red. And you naming baby Thomas's nurse after me. That was very sweet. He thought, smart too, at least. I hope so. And by the way, Toots, the baby's name started out to be Sean, in case you're interested. I changed it because I decided that was just too fucking many N's to fill in. Then I'm afraid I don't understand. No, you don't. I didn't say anything about not liking it. I said it wasn't right. It's a cheat. You'll have to change it. Had he once thought of her as the perfect audience? Oh boy. I have to give you credit, Paul. When you make a mistake, you go whole hog. Constant reader had just become merciless editor. Thank you for the self-care, Phantom. Without his even being aware that it was happening, Paul's face rearranged itself into the expression of sincere concentration he always wore while listening to editors. He thought of this as his "can I help you, lady" expression. That was because most editors were like women who drive into service stations and tell the mechanic to fix whatever it is that's making that knocking sound under the hood, or going wonk wonk inside the dashboard, and please have it done an hour ago. A look of sincere concentration was good because it flattered them, and when editors were flattered, they would sometimes give in on some of their mad ideas. How is it a cheat? He asked. Well, Jeffrey rode for the doctor, she said. That's all right. That happened in chapter 38 of Misery's Child. But the doctor never came, as you well know, because Jeffrey's horse tripped on the top rail of that rotten Mr. Cranthorpe's toll gate when Jeffrey tried to jump it. I hope that dirty bird gets his comeuppance in Misery's return, Paul. I really do. And Jeffrey broke his shoulder and some of his ribs and lay there for most of the night in the rain until the sheepherder's boy came along and found him. So the doctor never came, you see? Yes, he found himself suddenly unable to take his eyes from her face. He had thought she was putting on an editor's hat, maybe even trying on a collaborator's chapeau, preparing to tell him what to write and how to write it. That was not so. Mr. Cranthorpe, for instance. She hoped Mr. Cranthorpe would get his comeuppance, but she did not demand it. She saw the story's creative course as something outside of her hands, in spite of her obvious control of him. But some things simply could not be done. Creativity, or the lack of it, had no bearing on these things. To do them was as foolish as issuing a proclamation revoking the law of gravity or trying to play table tennis with a brick. She really was Constant Reader, but Constant Reader did not mean constant sap. She would not allow him to kill Misery, but neither would she allow him to cheat Misery back to life. But Christ, I did kill her, he thought wearily. What am I going to do? When I was a girl, she said, they used to have chapter plays at the movies. An episode a week, The Masked Avenger and Flash Gordon, and even one about Frank Buck, the man who went to Africa to catch wild animals and who could subdue lions and tigers just by staring at them. Do you remember the chapter plays? I remember them, but you can't be that old, Annie. You must have seen them on TV or had an older brother or sister who told you about them. At the corners of her mouth, dimples appeared briefly in the solidity of flesh and then disappeared. Go on with you, you fooler. I did have an older brother, though. We used to go to the movies every Saturday afternoon. This was in Bakersfield, California, where I grew up. And while I always used to enjoy the newsreel and the color cartoons and the feature, what I really looked forward to was the next installment of the chapter play. I'd find myself thinking about it at odd moments all week. If a class was boring, or if I had to babysit Mrs. Krennitz's 4 brats downstairs. I used to hate those little brats. Annie lapsed into moody silence, staring into the corner. She had become unplugged. It was the first time this had happened in some days, and he wondered uneasily if it meant she was slipping into the lower part of her cycle. If so, he had better batten down the hatches. At last she came out of it, as always, with an expression of faint surprise, if she had not really expected the world to still be there. Rocket Man was my favorite. There he would be at the end of Chapter 6, Death in the Sky, unconscious while his plane went into a power dive. Or at the end of Chapter 9, Fiery Doom, he'd be tied to a chair in a burning warehouse. Sometimes it was a car with no brakes, sometimes poison gas, sometimes electricity. Annie spoke of these things with an affection which was bizarre in its unmistakable genuineness. Cliffhangers, they called them, he ventured. She frowned at him. I know that, Mr. Smart Guy. Gosh, sometimes I think you really must believe I'm awful stupid. I don't, Annie. Really. She waved a hand at him impatiently, and he understood it would be better, today at least, not to interrupt her. It was fun to try and think how he would get out of it. Sometimes I could. Sometimes I couldn't. I didn't really care as long as they played fair, the people who made the story. She looked at him sharply to make sure he was taking the point. Paul thought he could hardly have missed it. Like when he was unconscious in the airplane. He woke up and there was a parachute under his seat. He put it on and jumped out of the plane, and that was fair enough. Thousands of English comp teachers would disagree with you, my dear, Paul thought. What you're talking about is a deus ex machina, the god from the machine. First used in Greek amphitheaters, when the playwright got his hero into an impossible jam, his chair, decked with flowers, came down from overhead. The hero sat down in it and was drawn up and out of harm's way. Even the stupidest swain could grasp the symbolism. The hero had been saved by God. But the deus ex machina, sometimes known in the technical jargon as the old parachute under the airplane seat trick, finally went out of vogue around the year 1700, except, of course, for such arcana as the Rocket Man serials and the Nancy Drew books. I guess you missed the news, Annie. One gruesome, never-to-be-forgotten moment, Paul thought he was going to have a laughing fit. Given her mood this morning, that would almost surely have resulted in some unpleasant and painful punishment. He raised a hand quickly to his mouth, pacing it over the smile trying to be born there, and manufactured a coughing fit. She thumped him on the back hard enough to hurt. Better? Yes, thanks. Can I go on now, Paul, or were you planning to have a sneezing fit? Should I get the bucket? Do you feel as if you have to vomit a few times? No, Annie, please go on. What you're saying is fascinating. She looked a little mollified. Not much, but a little. When he found that parachute under the seat, it was fair. Maybe not all that realistic, but fair. He thought about this, startled. Her occasional sharp insights never failed to startle him, and decided it was true. Fair and realistic might be synonyms in the best of all possible worlds, but if so, this was not that world. But you take another episode, she said, and this is exactly what's wrong with what you wrote, Paul. What you wrote yesterday, Paul, so listen to me. I'm all ears. She looked at him sharply to see if he was joking. His face, however, was pale and serious, very much like the face of a conscientious student. The urge to laugh had dissipated when he realized that Annie might know everything about the deus ex machina, except the name. All right, she said. This was a no-breaks chapter. The bad guys put Rocket Man, only it was Rocket Man and his secret identity, into a car that didn't have any brakes, and they welded all the doors shut, and then they started the car rolling down this twisty, turny mountain road. I was on the edge of my seat that day, I can tell you. She was sitting on the edge of his bed. Paul was sitting across the room in the wheelchair. It had been 5 days since his expedition into the bathroom and the parlor. and he had recuperated from that experience faster than he would have ever believed. Just not being caught, it seemed, was marvelously restorative. She looked vaguely at the calendar where the smiling boy rode his sled through the endless February. So there was poor old Rocket Man stuck in the car without his rocket pack or even his special helmet with the one-way eyes, trying to steer and stop the car and open the side door all at the same time. He was busier than a one-armed paper hanger, I can tell you. Yes, Paul could suddenly see it, and in an instinctive way he understood exactly how such a scene, absurdly melodramatic as it might be, could be milked for suspense. The scenery, all of it canted at an alarmingly downhill angle, rushing by, cut to the brake foot pedal which sinks bonelessly into the mat with the man's foot. He saw the foot clearly, clad in 1940s style air-tip shoes, stomps on it, cut to his shoulder, hitting the door, cut to the outside reverse, showing it us an irregular bead of solder where the door had been sealed shut. Stupid, sure. Not a bit literary. But you could do things with it. You could speed up pulses with it. No Shivas Regal here. This was the fictional equivalent of backwoods popsicle. So then you saw the road ended at this cliff, she said, and everyone in the theater knew that if Rockman didn't get out of that old Hudson before it got to the cliff, he was a gone goose, oh boy. And here came the car with Rockman still trying to put the brakes on or bash the door open, and then over it went. It flew out into space, and then it went down. It hit the side of the cliff about halfway down and burst into flames. Then it went into the ocean, and then this ending message came up on the screen that said, "Next week, Chapter 11, The Dragon Flies." She sat on the edge of his bed, hands tightly clasped together, her large bosom rising and falling rapidly. "Well," she said, not looking at him, only at the wall. After that, I hardly saw the movie. I didn't just think about Rockin' Man once in a while. That next week, I thought about him all the time. What could he have gotten out of it? I couldn't even guess. As I drop the book and then it falls on the floor. You didn't take that little wiggle, I wouldn't have made it. Perfect. Jesus Christ. There we go. Damn. Bruh. What was that? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, what is going on with the freaking auto aim? What? Oh my fucking god. I couldn't swing out of my uncloak. God, that's so annoying. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, they got her up. Are you kidding me? Fuck, dude. She looked like she was so far back. What the hell was that? Oh, all the survivors have really high ping, or like most of them anyway. That fucking sucks, dude. This is also Nurse's worst map. Bro. Fuck out of here. I feel like we get this map more often with a nurse in the lobby than any other time. Like, it is the only map of the current group that has Well, also, the main building upstairs, you can't blink through the view boxes. Like where all the little chairs are, you can't blink through those. Loofer, I boop your forehead. Next Saturday, I was standing in front of the theater at noon, although the box office didn't open until 1:15, and the movie didn't start until 2. But Paul, what happened? Well, you'll never guess. Paul said nothing, but he could guess. He understood how she could like what he had written and still know it was not right. Know it and say it not with an editor's sometimes untrustworthy literary sophistication, but with constant reader's flat and uncontradictable certainty. He understood, and he was amazed to find he was ashamed of himself. She was right. He had written a cheat. The new episode always started with the ending of the last one. They showed him going down the hill, they showed the cliff, they showed him banging on the car door trying to open it, then just before the car got to the road, the door banged open and out he flew onto the road. The car went over the cliff and all the kids in the theater were cheering because Rocket Man got out. But I wasn't cheering, Paul. I was mad. I started yelling, "This isn't what happened last week. This isn't what happened last week." Annie jumped up and began to walk rapidly back and forth in the room, her head down, her hair falling in a frizzy cowl about her face, smacking one fist steadily into her other palm, eyes blazing. My brother tried to make me stop, and when I wouldn't, he tried to put his hand over my mouth to shut me up, and I bit it and went on yelling, "This isn't what happened last week. Are you all too stupid to remember? Did you all get amnesia?" And my brother said, "You're crazy, Annie." But I knew I wasn't. And the manager came and said if I didn't shut up, I'd have to leave. And I said, "You bet I'm going to leave because that was a dirty cheat. That wasn't what happened last week." She looked at him, and Pa saw clear murder in her eyes. He didn't get out of the cock-a-doodle car and went over the edge and he was still inside it. Do you understand that? Yes, Paul said. Do you understand that? She suddenly leaped at him with limber ferocity, and although he felt certain she meant to hurt him as she had before, possibly because she couldn't get at the dirty birdie of a scriptwriter who had cheated Rocket Man out of the Hudson before it went over the cliff, he did not move at all. He could see the seeds of her current instability in the window of the past, and she just opened for him. But he was also awed by it. The injustice she felt was, in spite of its childishness, completely, inarguably real. She didn't hit him. She seized the front of the robe he was wearing and dragged him forward until their faces were nearly touching. "Do you?" "Yes, Annie, yes." She stared at him, that furious black gaze, and must have seen the truth in his face, because after a moment, she slung him contemptuously back in the chair. He grimaced against the thick, grinding pain, and after a while, it began to subside. "Then you know what is wrong," she said. "I suppose I do, although I'll be goddamned if I know how I'm going to fix it." And the other voice returned at once. "I don't know if you'll be damned by God or saved by him, Polly, but one thing I do know. If you don't find a way to bring Misery back to life, a way she can believe, she's going to kill you." "Then do it," she said curtly, and left the room. Paul looked at the typewriter. The typewriter was there. N's. He had never realized how many N's there were in the average line of type. "Thought you were supposed to be good," the typewriter said. His mind had invested it with a sneering and yet callow voice. The voice of a teenage gunslinger in a Hollywood Western, a kid intent on making a fast reputation here in Deadwood. "You're not so good. Hell, you can't even please one crazy overweight ex-nurse. Maybe you broke your riding bone in that crash too, only that bone isn't healing." He leaned back as far as the wheelchair would allow and closed his eyes. Her rejection of what he had written would be easier to bear if he could blame it on the pain, but the truth was that the pain had finally begun to subside a little. The stolen pills were safely tucked away between the mattress and the box spring. He had taken none of them, knowing he had them put aside. A form of any insurance was enough. She would find them if she took it into her head to turn the mattress, he supposed, but that was a chance he was prepared to take. There had been no trouble between them since the blow-up over the typewriter paper. His medication came regularly, and he took it. He wondered if she knew he was hooked on the stuff. Hey, come on now, Paul. That's a bit of dramatization, isn't it? No, it wasn't. 3 nights ago, when he was sure she was upstairs, he had sneaked one of the sample boxes out and read everything on the label. Although he supposed he had read everything he needed when he saw that Novril's principal ingredient was. Maybe you spell relief R-O-L-A-I-D-S, but you spell Novril C-O-D-E-I-N-E. Fact is, you're healing up, Paul. Below the knees, your legs look like a 4-year-old stick drawing, but you are healing up. You could get by on aspirin or Emperin now. It's not you that needs Novril. You're feeding it to the monkey. He would have to cut down, have to duck some of the caps. Until he could do that, she would have him on a chain as well as in a wheelchair. A chain of Novril capsules. Okay, I'll duck one of the 2 capsules she gives me every other time she brings them. I'll put it under my tongue when I swallow the other one, then stick it under my mattress with the other pills when she takes the drinking glass out. Only not today. I don't feel ready to start today. I'll start tomorrow. Now in his mind, he heard the voice of the Red Queen lecturing Alice. Down here, we got our act clean yesterday, and we plan to start getting our act clean tomorrow. But we never clean up our act today. Oh, Polly, you're a real riot, the typewriter said in the tough Gunsel's voice he had made up for it. Us dirty birders are never all that funny, but we never stop trying. You have to give us that, he muttered. Well, you better start thinking about all the dope you were taking, Paul. You better start thinking about it very seriously. He decided suddenly, on the spur of the moment, that he would start dodging some of the medication as soon as he got a first chapter that Annie liked on paper. A chapter which Annie decided wasn't a cheat. Part of him, the part that listened to even the fairest editorial suggestions with ill grace, protested that the woman was crazy and there was no way to tell what she might or might not accept, that anything you tried would only be a crapshoot. But another part, a far more sensible part, disagreed. He would know the real stuff when he found it. The real stuff would make the crap he'd given Annie to read last night, the crap that had taken him 3 days and false starts without number to write, look like a dog turd sitting next to a silver dollar. Hadn't he known it was all wrong? It wasn't like him to labor so painfully, nor half fill a wastebasket with random jottings or half pages with ending lines like, Misery turned to him, eyes shining, lips murmuring all the magic words, oh, you dumb shithead, this isn't working at all. He had chalked it off to the pain, to being in a situation where he was not just writing for his supper, but for his life. Those ideas had been nothing but plausible lies. The fact was, things had gone dry. The work had gone badly because he was cheating, and he had known it himself. Well, she saw through you, shit for brains, the typewriter said in its nasty, insolent voice. Didn't she? So what are you going to do now? He didn't know, but he supposed he would have to do something, and in a hurry. He hadn't cared for her mood this morning. He supposed he should count himself lucky that she hadn't re-broken his legs with a baseball bat or given him a battery acid manicure or something similar to indicate her displeasure with the way he had begun her book. Such critical responses were always possible, given Annie's unique view of the world. If he got out of this alive, he thought he might drop Christopher Hale a note. Hale reviewed books for the New York Times. The note would say, Whenever my editor called me up and told me you were planning to review one of my books in the Daily Times, my knees used to knock together. You gave me some good ones, Chris, old buddy, but you also torpedoed me more than once, as you well know. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you to go ahead and do your worst. I've discovered a whole new critical mode, my friend. We might call it the Colorado Barbecue and Floor Bucket School of Thought. It makes the stuff you guys do look about as scary as a ride on the Central Park Carousel. This is all very amusing, Paul. Riding critics' little billet doux in one's head is always good for a giggle. But you really ought to find yourself a pot and get it boiling, don't you think? Yes, indeed. The typewriter sat there, smirking at him. I hate you, Paul said morosely, and looked out the window. 4. The snowstorm to which Paul had awakened the other day after his expedition to the bathroom had gone on for 2 days. There had been at least 18 inches of new fall, and heavy drifting. By the time the sun peered through the clouds again, Annie's Cherokee was nothing but a vague hump in the driveway. Now, however, the sun was out again and the sky was brilliant once more. The sun had heat as well as brilliance. He could feel it on his face and hands as he sat there. The icicles along the barn were dripping again. He thought briefly of his car in the snow and then picked up a piece of paper and rolled it into the royal. He typed the words "MIsery's Return" in the upper left-hand corner, the number 1 in the upper right. He banged the carriage return lever 4 or 5 times, centered the carriage, and typed Chapter 1. He hit the keys harder than necessary, so she would be sure to hear he was typing something, at least. Now, all this white space below Chapter 1, looking like a snowbank into which he could fall and die, smothered in frost. Africa. As long as they played fair. That bird came from Africa. There was a parachute under his seat. Africa. Now I must rinse. He was drifting off and knew he shouldn't. If she came in here and caught him cooping instead of riding, she would be mad. But he let himself drift anyway. He was not just dozing. He was, in an odd way, thinking, looking, searching. Searching for what, Polly? That was obvious. The plane was in a power dive. He was searching for the parachute under the seat, okay? Fair enough. Fair enough. When he found the parachute under the seat, it was fair. Maybe not all that realistic, but fair. For a couple of summers, his mother had sent him to day camp at the Malden Community Center. They had played this game. They sat in a circle. The game was like Annie's chapter plays, and he almost always won. What was that game called? He could see 15 or 20 little boys and girls sitting in a circle in a shady corner of the playground, all of them wearing Malden Community Center t-shirts, all listening intently as the counselor explained how the game was played. Can you? The name of that game was Can You? And it really was just like the Republic Cliffhangers, the game you played then was Can You? Polly, and that's the name of the game now, isn't it? Let's see. Ooh, that's a wall. Go this way. Oh, somebody exploded. Okay. No more doors to break here. Hi, welcome in. Damn. Oh my god, fucking auto aim. Perfect. Oh, I can't go through there. Alright. I think so. The name is familiar. I don't know that I remember how long it's been. I'm losing my mind. Oh my gosh. There we go. Oh, you changed your name. Okay, I thought it reminded me of that, but I'm like, it's not the same. I like how it's misspelled. That gives it an extra little like funny. The underscore idiot. It's on purpose. I kind of figured it was. Yes. Nope. Bye-bye. There we go. Yeah, how did it end up? It's okay, it happens. It worked? That's great. I'm so happy to hear that. Well, congratulations. I didn't shoot. No, she was over there. Rip. Still got a couple of them. Hey, sometimes doing unexpected methods will get you unexpected results. You really never know. And you never know who you'll find. Really? That's odd. Because I for sure have Twitter and Blue Sky. I don't have Facebook. Obviously, YouTube, Twitch. I have an Instagram, but I don't really use it. Those are the only ones I can think of. Oh, that's because I'm really bad about doing stuff on YouTube. I gotta figure out how to do that. I need to hit the edit. Customize. Oh my gosh, I can't spell. That. That's the wrong button. There we go. Over here. Do this. So I don't have to make a new one because I'm lazy. That's the wrong page. Thank you. Ah. Thank you, Lee, and hello. Sure. There we go. Links applied. How you doing? not unwell. I'm doing all right. I am a wee bit tired, but it is normal. I'm still spending far too much time trying to catch up on sleep, so. Whee. I cannot play night in this game mode. Let's see. I don't want to play Billy. I'm bad at Billy. I feel bad. What cat? Why are you whining at me? Yeah. What? Locking your face on my desk is not an answer. What? If you do not want pets, what do you want? What do you want? You need a floofer. Anyway, are you here to more directly listen to me read the book? Or are you just come to say hi? And hang out? Yeah. What you mean? Um. Ah. But pets for the baby. Yeah, I know, you don't like that. You're such a nutter. Not bad about days. Okay, back to book. I have to remember where I left off. That's the game. That's the name of the game now, isn't it? Yes, he supposed it was. In Can You, the counselor would start a story about this guy named Careless Corrigan. Careless was lost in the trackless jungles of South America. Suddenly he looks around and sees there are lions behind him. Lions on either side of him, and, my God, lions ahead of him. Careless Corrigan is surrounded by lions, and they are starting to move in. It's only 5 in the afternoon. That is no problem for these kitties as far as South American lions are concerned. That dinner at 8 shit is for goofballs. Counselor had a stopwatch, and Paul Sheldon's dozing mind saw it with brilliant clarity, although he had last held its honest silver weight in his hand more than 30 years ago. He could see the fine copper plate of the numbers, the smaller needle at the bottom, which recorded tenths of a second, and he could see the brand name printed in tiny letters. Annex. Yeah, when the server prepares yourselves, you're in the walls now. The counselor would look around the circle and pick one of the day campers. Daniel, he would say. Can you? The moment can you was out of his mouth, the counselor would click the stopwatch into motion. Daniel then had exactly 10 seconds to go on with the story. If he did not begin to speak during those 10 seconds, he would have to leave the circle. But if he got careless away from the lions, the counselor would look at the circle again and ask the game's other question, one that recalled his current situation clearly to mind again. This question was, did he? The rules for this part of the game were Annie's exactly. Realism was not necessary. Fairness was. Daniel could say, for instance, Luckily, Careless had his Winchester with him and plenty of ammo, so he shot 3 of the lions and the rest ran away. In a case like that, Daniel did. He got the stopwatch and went on with the story. Ended his segment with Careless up to his hips in a pool of quicksand or something. They would ask someone else if he or she could, and bang down the button on the stopwatch. But 10 seconds wasn't long, and it was easy to get jammed up. Easy to cheat. The next kid might say something like, just then, a great big bird, an Andean vulture, I think, flew down. Careless grabbed his neck and made it pull him out of that quicksand. And the counselor asked, did she? You raised your hand if you thought she had. Left it down if you thought she had blown it. In the case of the Andean vulture, the kid would almost surely have been invited to leave the circle. Can you, Paul? Yeah, that's how I survive. That's how come I'm able to maintain homes in both New York and LA, and more rolling iron than there is in some used car lots. Because I can. It's not something to apologize for, goddammit. There are lots of guys out there who write a better prose line than I do, and who have a better understanding of what people are really like and what humanity is supposed to mean. Hell, I know that. But when the counselor asks, did he, about those guys, sometimes only a few people raise their hands. But they raise their hands for me. Or for Misery. And in the end, I guess they're both the same. Can I? Yeah, you bet I can. There's a million things in this world I can't do. Couldn't hit a curveball even back in high school. Can't fix a leaky faucet. Can't roller skate or make an F chord on a guitar that sounds like anything but shit. Wee. Off we go to Bing and Bong. Hello. Got stuck. Oh, thank you. Oh, she spun back into that one. Good shit, dude. Okay, that's still regressing. Lovely. Beautiful. One more hook and we're right on track. Ah. You forget it was 2v8, buddy boy? That was funky. Dead. Got her. Fuck. Perfect. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh my gosh. What is happening? Oh, shit. Yeah, I can't believe how quickly they got those last gens done. Got 3. Oh my gosh. Oh, and I do need to let you guys know ahead of time. basically starting tomorrow through February, I am going to be working on Wednesdays, so I may be a little less energetic, but I need the money, frankly. And then tomorrow, I do not know if I'm going to be able to stream. It will entirely depend on how quickly I need to leave for my grandparents' house, because they want me to come down and help for Thanksgiving and help my grandma cook and do all that stuff. So I'm not sure what time I am supposed to be leaving for that. And I work until 3. So maybe a bit more reading. My grandma lives about 45 minutes away. Yeah. Yeah, I know some people aren't going to be able to, especially with like how expensive things are. Or they just don't get along with their family, or your curse sucks. What curse is that? All right, and then we continue with the story. I tried twice to be married and couldn't do it either time. But if you want me to take you away, to scare you or involve you or make you cry or grin, yeah, I can. I can bring it to you and keep bringing it until you holler uncle. I am able. I can. The typewriter's insolent gunslinger voice whispered into his deepening dream. What we got here, friends, is a lot of two things. Big talk and white space. Can you? Yes. Yes. Did he? No. He cheated. In Misery's child, the doctor never came. Maybe the rest of you forgot what happened last week, but the stone idol never forgets. All has to leave the circle. Pardon me, please. Now I must rinse. Now I must... Rinse, he muttered and slid over to the right. He dragged his left leg slightly askew, and the bolt of pain in his crushed knee was enough to wake him up. Less than 5 minutes had gone by. He could hear Annie washing dishes in the kitchen. Usually she sang as she did her chores. Today, she was not singing. There was only the rattle of plates and the occasional hiss of rinse water. Another bad sign. Here's a special weather bulletin for residents of Sheldon County. A tornado watch is in effect until 5 o'clock p.m. tonight. I repeat, a tornado watch. But it was time to stop playing and get down to business. She wanted Misery back from the dead, but it had to be fair. Thanksgiving curse? Oh no. That does not sound like a good time. Not necessarily realistic, just fair. If he could do it this morning, he could just maybe derail the depression he sensed coming on before it could get a real start. Paul looked out the window, his chin on his palm. He was fully awake now, thinking fast and hard, but not really aware of the process. The top 2 or 3 layers of his conscious mind, which dealt with such things as when he last shampooed or whether or not Annie would be on time with this next dope allotment, seemed to have departed the scene entirely. That part of his head had quietly gone out to get a pastrami on rye or something. There was sensory input, but he was not doing anything with it, not seeing what he was seeing, not hearing what he was hearing. Another part of him was furiously trying out ideas, rejecting them, trying to combine them, rejecting the combinations. He sensed this going on, but had no direct contact with it, and wanted none. It was dirty down there in the sweatshops. The past 4 years, you've been sick and something has always went bad. Oh no. Oh, that really sucks. He understood what he was doing now as trying to have an idea. Trying to have an idea wasn't the same thing as getting an idea. Getting an idea was a more humble way of saying, I am inspired, or Eureka, my muse has spoken. The idea for fast cars had come to him one day in New York City. He had gone out with no more in mind than buying a VCR for the townhouse on 83rd Street. He had passed a parking lot and had seen an attendant trying to jimmy his way into a car. That was all. He had no idea if what he had seen was licit or illicit, and by the time he had walked another 2 or 3 blocks, he no longer cared. The attendant had become Tony Bonsaro. He knew everything about Tony but his name, which he later plucked from a telephone book. Half the story existed full-blown in his mind, and the rest was rapidly falling into place. He felt jivey, happy, almost drunk. The muse had arrived, every bit as welcome as an unexpected check in the mail. He had set out to get a video recorder and had gotten something much better instead. He had gotten an idea. This other process, trying to have an idea, was nowhere near as exalted or exalting, but it was every bit as mysterious and every bit as necessary. You're a biohazard for COVID. The dishwasher broke, leaking everywhere down the hall. Just 16 feet. Oh my god. Fuck, dude. That really sucks. Well, I am still going to be streaming once I get home after Thanksgiving at my grandparents', because that's not going to go too late. They're starting at 1. So, we will come back, and we will all be just spending time here together, hanging out, chatting, maybe playing some games, maybe reading, maybe both. But I will be here, so at the very least, none of us will be alone that night. I was about to say 16 feet is a pretty crazy amount of water, but 5 to 6 feet makes a decent bit more sense. When you were writing a novel, you almost always got roadblocked somewhere, and there was no sense in trying to go on until you'd had an idea. That's fair, hero. His usual procedure, when it was necessary to have an idea, was to put on his coat and go for a walk. If he didn't need to have an idea, he took a book when he went for a walk. He recognized walking as good exercise, but it was boring. If you didn't have someone to talk to while you walked, a book was a necessity. But if you need to have an idea, boredom could be to a roadblocked novel what chemotherapy was to a cancer patient. Oh man, that's awful. I've only had to COVID test once, and it was when they had to do the swab thing up in the nasal cavity. That was awful. Just super uncomfortable. And I had to go to this random parking lot to have it done, and I was like, okay. Halfway through Fast Cars, Tony had killed Lieutenant Gray when the lieutenant tried to slap cuffs on him in Times Square movie theater. All wanted Tony to get away with the murder, for a while anyway, because there could be no third act with Tony sitting in the cooler. Yet Tony could not simply leave Gray sitting in the movie theater with the haft of a knife sticking out of his left armpit, because there were at least 3 people who knew Gray had gone to meet Tony. Who had COVID 5 times? Dude. Hopefully it doesn't, cause too much long-term damage. That stuff gets real rough the more times you get it. Body disposal was the problem, and Paul didn't know how to solve it. It was a roadblock. It was the game. He was careless, just killed this guy in a Times Square movie theater, and now he's got to get the body back to his car without anyone saying, "Hey, mister, is that guy as dead as he looks, or did he just pitch a fit or something?" If he gets Gray's corpse back to the car, he can drive it to Queens and dump it in this abandoned building project he knows about. Holly? Can you? It has. I mean, sometimes you have work and you can't not go outside. There was no 10-second deadline, of course. He had no contract with the book, had written it on spec, and hence there was no delivery date to think about. Yet there was always a deadline, a time after which you had to leave the circle, and most writers knew it. If a book remained roadblocked long enough, it began to decay, to fall apart. All the little tricks and illusions started to show. He had gone for a walk, thinking of nothing on the top of his mind, the way he was thinking of nothing on top right now. He had walked the way he was thinking of nothing on top. He had walked 3 miles before someone sent up a flare from the sweatshops down below. Suppose he starts a fire in the theater. You have asthma from it? Oh my god. And there are still people who think getting the vaccine will, like, be worse than it. Like, so stupid. Got one. Two sprinters. Donuts in your lungs? Huh. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah. I've definitely noticed my breathing is not as good as it was years ago. But I've been sick so many times, it's hard to know. Oh my gosh. Yep. One down. No. Perfect. Hello, Chuchi. Welcome in. Hi. Beautiful. Over here. Hi, Quinn. Oh, well. Gotta wait for the Meg to die. Or you can do that. Hell yeah. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, Wraith and Blight is honestly a pretty crazy combo. Alright. That looked like it might work. There was no sense of giddiness, no true feeling of inspiration. He felt like a carpenter looking at a piece of lumber that might do the job. He could set a fire in the stuffing of the seat next to him. How's that? Goddamn seats in those theaters are always torn up, and there'd be smoke. Lots of it. He could hold off leaving as long as possible, then drag Gray out with him. He could pass Gray off as a smoke inhalation victim. What do you think? He had thought it was okay. Not great, and there were plenty of details still to be worked out, but it looked okay. He'd had an idea. The work could proceed. He'd never needed to have an idea to start a book, but he understood instinctively that it could be done. He sat quietly in the chair, chin on hand, looking out at the barn. If he'd been able to walk, he would have been out there in the field. He sat quietly, almost dozing, waiting for something to happen, really aware of nothing at all except that things were happening down below. That whole edifices of make-believe were being erected, judged, found wanting, and torn down again in the wink of an eye. 10 minutes passed. 15. Now she was running the vacuum cleaner in the parlor, but still not singing. He heard it, but did nothing with the hearing of it. It was an unconnected sound, which ran into his head and then out again, like water running through a flume. Finally, the guys down below shot up a flare. They always eventually did. Poor buggers down there never stopped busting their balls, and he didn't envy them one bit. Paul sat quietly, beginning to have an idea. His conscious mind returned. The doctor is in, and picked the idea up like a letter pushed through the mail slot in a door. He began to examine it. He almost rejected it. Was that a faint groan from down there in the sweatshops? Reconsidered, decided half of it could be saved. The second flare, this one brighter than the first. Paul began to drum his fingers restlessly on the windowsill. Around 11 o'clock, he began to type. This went very slowly at first. Individual clacks followed by spaces of silence, some as long as 15 seconds. It was the oral equivalent of an island archipelago seen from the air, a chain of low humps broken by broad swaths of blue. Little by little, the spaces of silence began to shorten, and now there were occasional bursts of typing. It would have sounded fine on Paul's electric typewriter, but the clacking sound of the royal was thick, actively unpleasant. But Paul did not notice the ducky-daddles voice of the typewriter. He was warming up by the bottom of the first page. By the bottom of the second, he was in high gear. After a while, Annie turned off the vacuum cleaner and stood in the doorway, watching him. Paul had no idea she was there. Had no idea, in fact, that he was there. He had finally escaped. He was in Little Dunthorpe's churchyard, breathing damp night air, smelling moss and earth and mist. He heard the clock of the tower of the Presbyterian church strike 2 and dumped it into the story without missing a beat. When it was very good, he could see through the paper. He could see through it now. Annie watched him for a long time, her heavy face unsmiling, moveless, but somehow satisfied. After a while, she went away. Her tread was heavy, but Paul didn't hear that either. He worked until 3 o'clock that afternoon, and at 8 that night, he asked her to help him back into the wheelchair again. He rode another 3 hours, although by 10 o'clock the pain had begun to be quite bad. Annie came in at 11. He asked for another 15 minutes. No, Paul, it's enough. You're white as salt. She got him into bed, and he was asleep in 3 minutes. He slept the whole night through for the first time since coming out of the gray cloud, and his sleep was for the first time utterly without dreams. He had been dreaming awake. Misery's Return by Paul Sheldon for Annie Wilkes. Chapter 1. For a moment, Geoffrey Burton was not sure who the old man at the door was, and this was not entirely because the bell had awakened him from a deepening doze. The irritating thing about village life, he thought, was that there weren't enough people for there to be any perfect strangers. Instead, there were just enough to keep one from knowing immediately who many of the villagers were. Thank you for the self-care link. Blighted Serum does kind of look like Mountain Dew sometimes. If not for the fact that it actively glows in the dark. And also comes from a flower. Sometimes all one really had to go on was a family resemblance. And such resemblances, of course, never precluded the unlikely but hardly impossible coincidence of bastardy. One could usually handle such moments, no matter how much one might feel one was entering one's dotage while trying to maintain an ordinary conversation with a person whose name one should be able to recall but could not. Things only reached the more cosmic realms of embarrassment when two such familiar faces arrived at the same time, and one felt called upon to make introductions. "I hope I'll not be disturbing you, sir," his visitor said. He was twisting a cheap cloth cap restlessly in his hands, and in the light cast by the lamp Geoffrey held up, his face looked lined and yellow and terribly worried, frightened even. "It's just that I didn't want to go to Dr. Bookings, nor did I want to disturb his lordship. Not at least until I'd spoken to you, if you take my meaning, sir." Geoffrey didn't, but quite suddenly he did know one thing: who this late-coming visitor was. The mention of Dr. Bookings, the C of E minister, had done it. 3 days ago, Dr. Bookings had performed Misery's few last rites in the churchyard which lay behind the rectory, and this fellow had been there, but lurking considerately in the background, where he was less apt to be noticed. His name was Coulter. He was one of the church sextons. To be brutally frank, the man was a gravedigger. "Coulter," he said, "what can I do for you?" Coulter spoke hesitantly. "It's the noises, sir. The noises in the churchyard. Her ladyship rests not easy, sir. So she doesn't, and I'm afraid Geoffrey felt as if someone had punched him in the midsection. He pulled in a gasp of air, and hot pain needled his sides, where his ribs had been tightly taped by Dr. Shinebone. Shinebone's gloomy assessment had been that Geoffrey would almost certainly take pneumonia, after lying in that ditch all night in the chilly rain. But 3 days had passed, and there had been no onset of fever and coughing. He had known there would not be. God did not let off the guilty so easily. He believed that God would let him live to perpetuate his poor lost darling's memory for a long, long time. "Are you all right, sir?" Coulter asked. "I heard you were terrible bunged up the other night." He paused. "The night herself died." "I'm fine," Geoffrey said slowly. "Coulter, these sounds you say you hear, you know they are just imaginings, don't you?" Coulter looked shocked. "Imaginings," he said. "There, next you'll be telling me you have no belief in Jesus and the life everlasting. Why didn't Duncan Fromsley see old man Patterson not 2 days after his funeral glowing just as white as marsh fire?" Which was just what it probably was, Geoffrey thought. Marsh fire plus whatever came out of old Fromsley's last bottle. "And ain't half the bleeding town seen that old Baptist monk that walks the battlements of Ridgeheath Manor. They even sent down a couple of ladies from the bleeding London psychic scarcity to look into that." And Geoffrey knew the ladies Coulter meant, a couple of hysterical beldams, probably suffering from the alternate calms and monsoons of midlife, both as dotty as a child's draw-it-name-it puzzle. "Ghosts are just as real as you or me, sir," Coulter was saying earnestly. I don't mind the idea of them, but these noises are fearsome spooky, so they are, and hardly even like to go near the churchyard. And I have to dig a grave for the little Roydman babe tomorrow, so I do. Jeffrey said an inward prayer for patience. The urge to bellow at this poor sexton was almost insurmountable. He had been dozing peacefully enough in front of his own fire with a book in his lap when Coulter came, waking him up, and he was coming more and more awake all the time, and at every second the dull sorrow settled more deeply over him. The awareness that his darling was gone. She was 3 days in her grave, soon to be a week, a month, a year, 10 years. Have a good night, Lee. The sorrow, he thought, was like a rock on the shoreline of the ocean. When one was sleeping, it was as if the tide was in, and there was some relief. Sleep was like a tide which covered the rock of grief. When one woke, however, the tide began to go out, and soon the rock was visible again, a barnacle-encrusted thing of inarguable reality, a thing which would be there forever, or until God chose to wash it away. And this fool dared to come here and prate of ghosts. But the man's face looked so wretched that Geoffrey was able to control himself. MIsery, her ladyship, was much loved, Geoffrey said quietly. Aye, sir, so she was, Coulter agreed fervently. He switched custody of his cloth cap to his left hand solely, and with his right produced a giant red handkerchief from his pocket. He honked mightily into it, his eyes watering. All of us sorrow at her passing. Geoffrey's hands went to his shirt and rubbed the heavy muslin wrappings beneath it restlessly. Aye, we do, sir. So we do. Coulter's words were muffled in the handkerchief, but Geoffrey could see his eyes. The man was really, honestly weeping. The last of his own selfish anger dissolved in pity. She were a good lady, sir. Aye, she were a great lady. And it's a terrible thing the way his lordship took on about it. Aye, she was fine, Geoffrey said gently, and found to his dismay that his own tears were now close, like a cloudburst which threatens on a late summer's afternoon. Okay. Ooh. Nice, Steve. Good job. That was awkward. Should have stayed by the pallet. Nice. Wow, okay. There we go. Beautiful. Bye-bye. Perfect. Come on, game. There we go. Not forgotten. Anyway. Come on, game. 1. 2. Got it. Okay. Got the last one blocked, so if you want to hunt people down, we are free to do so. And I will just wait to bait them here. No, just gonna hunt people down. They're gonna be looking for hatches, so they're not gonna be trying to hide. The other 2 are closed, so we should be good. There's 1. Beautiful. I wonder if she'll save him. Hard to say since she's injured. I think if he dies, yeah. We can probably just guard the doors since it's just... Oh, found her. Beautiful. Oh my god, she wasn't even in like the top half of the team. Oh my, what were you doing, Ada? What the heck? Okay, I think I'm just going to read for a little bit longer and be done with the game for tonight. because I am getting a little tired, and I think that's just what we are going to do. Thank you for joining me, Phantom. It was a ton of fun. We will definitely have to do this again when the game mode is back. Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully I'll be able to play tomorrow. I know Mars was wanting to run some with me, so we shall see. But I'm just gonna leave the why is my Discord suddenly messed up? What? I don't know why this is the first time you've seen them. They drop by every once in a while. Okay, so we're gonna, there we go. Ooh, cold. Right. We'll read for a bit and then hold it. Okay. And that is A-okay. Yep, sounds about right. Yep. Heroes times are a bit ridiculous. Professional lurker indeed. She were a good lady, sir. Nay, she were a great lady, and it's a terrible thing the way his lordship took on about it. Alright, have a good night, man. Aye, she was fine, Geoffrey said gently, and found to his dismay that his own tears were now close, like a cloudburst which threatens on a late summer's afternoon. And sometimes, Coulter, when someone especially fine passes away, someone especially dear to us all, we find it hard to let that someone go. So we may imagine that they have not gone. Do you follow me? Yep, I've been streaming for 4 years now, actually. Aye, sir, Coulter said eagerly, but these sounds, sir, if you heard them. It was 4 years in September. Patiently, Geoffrey said, what sort of sounds do you mean? He thought Coulter would then speak of sounds which might be no more than the wind in the trees, sounds amplified by his own imagination, of course, or perhaps a badger bumbling its way down to Little Dunthorpe stream, which lay behind the churchyard. And so he was hardly prepared when Coulter whispered in a frightened voice. Oh my goodness, hero. Alright, Phantom here. Hello. Coulter whispered in a frightened voice. Scratching sound, sir. It sounds as if she were alive down there and trying to work her way back up to the land of the living, so it does. 15 minutes later, alone again, Geoffrey approached the dining room sideboard. He was reeling from side to side like a man negotiating the foredeck of a ship in a gale. He felt like a man in a gale. He might have believed that the fever Dr. Shinebone had almost gleefully predicted had come on him at last, and with a vengeance, but it wasn't fever which had simultaneously brought wild red roses to his cheeks and turned his forehead to the color of candle wax. Not fever which made his hands shake so badly that he almost dropped the decanter of brandy as he brought it out of the sideboard. That's kind of what I figured you meant to say. If there was a chance, the slightest chance, that the monstrous idea Coulter had planted in his mind was true, then he had no business pausing here at all. but he felt that without a drink he might fall swooning to the floor. Geoffrey Aliburton did something then that he had never done before in his whole life, something he never did again. He lifted the decanter directly to his mouth and drank from the neck. Then he stepped back and whispered, "We shall see about this. We shall see about this, by heaven, and if I go on this insane errand only to discover nothing at the end of it but an old gravedigger's imagination after all, I will have good man Coulter's earlobes on my watch chain, no matter how much he loved misery." Chapter 3. He took the pony trap, driving under an eerie, not quite dark sky where a three-quarters moon ducked restlessly in and out between racing wreaths of clouds. He had paused to throw on the first thing in the downstairs hall closet which came to hand, and this turned out to be a dark maroon smoking jacket. The tails blew out behind him as he whipped Mary on. The elderly bear did not like the speed upon which he was insisting. Geoffrey did not like the deepening pain in his shoulder and side, but the pain of neither could be helped. "Scratching sound, sir. It sounded as if she were still alive down there and trying to work her way back up to the land of the living." This by itself would not have put him in a state of near terror, but he remembered coming to Calthorpe Manor the day after Misery's death. He and Ian looked at each other, and Ian had tried to smile, although his eyes were gem-like with unshed tears. "It would somehow be easier," Ian had said, "if she looked more dead. I know how that sounds," Geoffrey had said, trying to smile. The Undertaker doubtless exercised all his wit and... "Undertaker!" Ian nearly screamed, and for the first time Geoffrey had truly understood that his friend was tottering on the brink of madness. "Undertaker, ghoul! I've had no Undertaker, and I will have no Undertaker to come in and rout my darling and paint her like a doll." "Ian, my dear fellow, really, you mustn't..." Geoffrey had made as if to clap Ian on the shoulder, and somehow that turned into an embrace. The two men wept in each other's arms like tired children, while in some other room Misery's child, a boy now almost a day old and still unnamed, awoke and began to cry. Mrs. Ramage, whose own kindly heart was broken, began to sing it a cradle song in a voice cracked and full of tears. At the time, deeply afraid for Ian's sanity, he had been less concerned with what Ian had said than how he had said it. Only now, as he whipped Mary ever faster toward Little Dunthorpe in spite of his own deepening pain, did the words come back, haunting in the light of Coulter's tale. "If she looked more dead. If she looked more dead, old chap." Nor was that all. Late that afternoon, as the first of the village people had begun wording their way to Calthorpe Hill to pay their respects to the grieving lord, Shinebone had returned. He looked tired, not very well himself, nor was this surprising in a man who claimed to have shaken hands with Wellington, the Iron Duke himself, when he, Shinebone, not Wellington, had been a boy. Geoffrey thought the Wellington story was probably an exaggeration. Old Shinny, as he and Ian had called him as boys, had seen Geoffrey through all his childhood illnesses, and Shinny had seemed very old to him even then. Always granting the eye of childhood, which tends to see anyone over the age of 25 as elderly, he thought Shinny must be all of 75 now. He was old. He had a hectic, terrible last 24 hours, and might not an old, tired man have made a mistake? A terrible, unspeakable mistake? It was this thought more than any other which had sent him out on this cold, windy night under a moon which stuttered uncertainly between the clouds. Could he have made such a mistake? Part of him, a craven, cowardly part, which would rather risk losing Misery forever than look upon the inevitable results in such a mistake, denied it. But when Shinny came in, Geoffrey had been sitting by Ian, who was remembering in a broken, scarcely coherent way how he and Ian had rescued Misery from the palace dungeons of that mad French Viscount Leroux, how they had escaped in a wagon load of hay, and how Misery distracted one of the Viscount's guards at the critical moment by slipping one gorgeously unclad leg out of the hay and waving it delicately. Geoffrey had been chiming in his own memories of the adventure, wholly in the grip of his grief by then, and he cursed that grief now because to him, and to Ian as well, he supposed, Shinny had barely been there. Hadn't Shini seemed strangely distant, strangely preoccupied? Was it only weariness, or had it been something else? Some suspicion? No, surely not, his mind protested uneasily. The pony trap was flying up Calthorpe Hill. The manor house itself was dark, but good. There was still a single light on in Mrs. Ramage's cottage. Hup, Mary, he cried, and cracked the whip, wincing. Not much further, girl, and you can rest a bit. Surely not what you're thinking. But Shini's examination of Geoffrey's broken ribs and sprained shoulder had seemed purely perfunctory, and he had barely spoken a word to Ian, in spite of the man's deep grief and frequent incoherent cries. No, after a visit which now seemed no longer than the most minimal sort of social convention would demand, Shini had asked, "Is she—" "Yes, in the parlor," Ian had managed. "My poor darling lies in the parlor. Kiss her for me, Shini, and tell her I'll be with her soon." Ian had then burst into tears again, and after muttering some half-heard word of condolence, Shini had passed into the parlor. It now seemed to Geoffrey that the old sawbones had been in there a rather long time, or perhaps that was only faulty recollection, but when he came out he had looked almost cheerful, and there was nothing faulty about this recollection. Geoffrey felt sure that expression was too out of place in that room of grief and in tears, a room where Mrs. Ramage had already hung the black funerary curtains. Geoffrey had followed the old doctor out and spoke hesitantly to him in the kitchen. He hoped, he said, that the doctor would prescribe a sleeping powder for Ian, who really did seem quite ill. Shini had seemed completely distracted, however. "It's not a bit like Miss Evelyn Hyde," he said. "I have satisfied myself of that." And he had returned to his calash without so much as a response to Geoffrey's question. Geoffrey went back inside, already forgetting the doctor's odd remark, already chalking Shini's equally odd behavior off to age, weariness, and his own sort of grief. His thoughts had turned to Ian again, and he determined that, with no sleeping powder forthcoming, he would simply have to pour whiskey down Ian's throat until the poor fellow passed out. Forgetting. Dismissing. Until now. "It's not a bit like Miss Evelyn Hyde. I have satisfied myself of that." Of what? Geoffrey did not know, but he intended to find out, no matter what the cost to his sanity might be, and he recognized that the cost might be high. Chapter 4. Mrs. Ramage was still up when Geoffrey began to hammer on the cottage door, although it was already 2 hours past her normal bedtime. Since Misery had passed away, Mrs. Ramage found herself putting her bedtime further and further back. If she could not put an end to her restless tossing and turning, she could at least postpone the moment at which she began it. Weird Riz. That's fair. Everyone's got their own unique charm about them that appeals to some people in ways we wouldn't expect. Although she was the most level-headed and practical of women, the sudden outburst of knocking startled a little scream from her, and she scalded herself with the hot milk she had been pouring from pot to cup. You'll have to regale me with the tale of your weird Riz. I'm curious. Lately, she seemed always on edge, always on the verge of a scream. It was not grief, this feeling, although she was nearly overwhelmed with grief. This was a strange, thundery feeling that she couldn't ever remember having before. It sometimes seemed to her that thoughts better left unrecognized were circling around her, just beyond the grasp of her weary, bitterly sad mind. "Who knocks at 10?" she cried at the door. "Whoever it is, I thank ye not for the burn I've given myself." "It's Geoffrey, Mrs. Ramage. Geoffrey Aliburton. Open the door, for God's sake." Mrs. Ramage's mouth dropped open, and she was halfway to the door before she remembered she was in her nightgown and cap. She had never heard Geoffrey sound so, and would not have believed it if someone had told her of it. If there was a man in all England with a heart stouter than that of her beloved, my lord, then it was Geoffrey. Yet his voice trembled, like the voice of a woman on the verge of hysterics. Playing 20 questions, we were on the topic of your type. tall or short girls because they are optimal for cuddles. Valid. Valid. I am ideal, little spoon shaped. 5'2". I was explaining why they were optimal. I see. I already know where this is going. That's great. Look, y'all fucking giants. I'm surrounded by giants, I swear. A minute, Mr. Jeffrey. I'm half unclad. Devil take it, Jeffrey cried. I don't care if you're starkers, Mrs. Ramage. Open this door. Open it in the name of Jesus. That's really funny. She stood only a second, then went to the door, unbarred it, and threw it open. Jeffrey's look did more than stun her, and again she heard the dim thunder of black thoughts somewhere back in her head. You're only 5'6". Don't say only. You're about average height. That's perfectly fine. I mean, think about how you feel standing next to someone who's 5'10". Like, they seem a good bit taller than you. I know you're 6'1". Like I said, I'm surrounded by giants. Also, I'm trying to figure out what to call you other than you, or just vaguely referring to you. Because I don't want to call you idiot, because that seems really mean, and I don't want to do that. You finally got your doctor to say you're 6'2". So we've got Foregone, who's 6'1". Hero, who's 6'2". Fiber, who's 6'4". Eternal, who's like 5'11". Sky, who's 6'2". I don't know how tall Chris is. That is information I lack. Yeah, but his name before was __ idiot. So I could call him underscore. And he asked if we were to spend one day together anywhere in the world, where would it be and what would... Oh, that's so cute. That's such a cute question. Oh my goodness. Link is in fact no hero. Link only like half pays attention to chat, to be fair. Jeffrey stood on the threshold of the housekeeper's cottage in an odd slanting posture, as if its spine had been warped out of shape by long years of carrying a peddler's sack. His right hand was pressed between his left arm and his left side. His hair was in a tangle, his dark brown eyes burned out of his white face. His dress was remarkable for one as careful, dandified, some would have said, about his clothing as Jeffrey Halliburton usually was. He wore an old smoking jacket with the belt askew, an open-throated white shirt, and a pair of rough serge pants that would have looked more at home upon the legs of an itinerant gardener than upon those of the richest man in Little Dunthorpe. On his feet were a pair of threadbare slippers. Why? That's really cute, though. Cuddling is great. I have my little cuddle bug here. She's just curled up next to my foot. Has been for like an hour now. And anytime I lay down, within like a minute, she is plopped on top of me. That's really sweet. I'm glad it worked out really well. That's awesome. Mrs. Ramage, hardly dressed for a court ball herself in her long white nightgown and muskrat nightcap with the untied curling ribbons hanging around her face like the fringe on a lampshade, stared at him with mounting concern. He had re-injured the ribs he had broken riding after the doctor 3 nights ago. That was obvious. But it wasn't just pain that made his eyes blaze from his whitened face like that. It was terror, barely held in check. Mr. Jeffrey, what? No questions, he said hoarsely. Not yet. Not until you answer one question of my own. What question? She was badly frightened now. Her left hand clenched into a tight fist just above her munificent bosom. Does the name Miss Evelyn Hyde mean anything to you? And suddenly she knew the reason for that terrible, thundery feeling that had been inside her ever since Saturday night. Some part of her mind must already have had this gruesome thought and suppressed it, for she needed no explanation at all, only the name of unfortunate Miss Charlotte Evelyn Hyde, late of Starping-on-Firkil, the village just to the west of Little Dunthorpe, was sufficient to bring scream tearing from her. Oh, my saints, my dear Jesus, has she been buried alive? Has she been buried alive? Has my darling Misery been buried alive? She lives in Germany? Oh my goodness. That is quite the ways. And now, before Jeffrey could even begin to answer, it was tough old Mrs. Ramage's turn to do something she had never done before that night and would never do again. She fainted dead away. Chapter 5. Jeffrey had no time to look for smelling salts. He doubted if such a tough old soldier as Mrs. Ramage kept them around anyway, but beneath her sink he found a rag which smelled faintly of ammonia. He did not just pass this beneath her nose, but pressed it briefly against her lower face. The possibility Coulter had raised, however faint, was too hideous to merit much in the way of consideration. 18-hour flight. God damn. She dirked, cried out, and opened her eyes. For a moment, she looked at him with dazed, uncomprehending bewilderment. Then she sat up. No, she said. No, Mr. Jeffrey. Say you don't mean it. Say it isn't true. I don't know if it's true or not, he said. But we must satisfy ourselves immediately. Immediately, Mrs. Ramage. I can't do all the digging myself if there's digging that must be done. She was staring at him with horrified eyes. Her hands pressed so tightly over her mouth, the nails were white. Can you help me, if help is needed? There's really no one else. My lord, she said numbly. My lord, Mr. Ian, must know nothing of this until we know more, he said. If God is good, he need never know at all. He would not voice to her the unspoken hope at the back of his mind, a hope which seemed to him almost as monstrous as his fears. If God was very good, he would find out about this night's work, when his wife and only love was restored to him, a return from the dead almost as miraculous as that of Lazarus. Oh, this is terrible, terrible, she said in a faint, fluttery voice. Holding onto the table, she managed to pull herself to her feet. She stood, swaying, little straggles of hair hanging around her face among the muskrat tails of her cap. Are you well enough? He asked more kindly. If not, then I must try to carry on as best I can by myself. Do I know the song 505? I don't think so. It doesn't ring any bells? She drew a deep, shuddering breath and let it out. The side-to-side sway stopped. She turned and walked toward the pantry. There's a pair of spades in the shed out back, she said. A pick as well, I think. Throw them in your trap. There's half a bottle of gin out here in the pantry. Been here untouched since Bill died 5 years ago. On Lammas night. I'll have a bit and then join you, Mr. Jeffrey. You're a brave woman, Mrs. Ramage. Be quick. Aye, never fear me, she said, and grasped the bottle of gin with the hand that trembled only slightly. There was no dust on the bottle. Not even the pantry was safe from the relentless dust cloud of Mrs. Ramage. But the label reading Clough and Poor Booziers was yellow. Be quick yourself. That's really cute. And have a good night, Phantom. Catch you later. She had always hated spirits, and her stomach wanted to stick the gin, with its nasty junipery smell and oily taste, back up. She made it stay down. Tonight, she would need it. Chapter 6. Under clouds that still raced east to west, blacker shapes against a black sky, and a moon that was now settling toward the horizon, the pony trap sped toward the churchyard. It was now Mrs. Ramage who drove, cracking the whip over the bewildered Mary, who would have told them, if horses could talk, that this was all wrong. She was supposed to be dozing in her warm stall come this time of night. The spades in the pit clattered coldly against one another, and Mrs. Ramage thought they would have given anyone who had seen them a proper fright. They must look like a pair of Mr. Dickens' resurrection men, or perhaps one resurrection man sitting in a pony trap driven by a ghost. Oh, this goes on much longer than I thought it would. I'll try to reach the end of this section in half an hour. For she was in all white, had not even paused long enough to gather up her robe. Her nightgown fluttered around her stout, vein-puffed ankles, and the tails of her cap stringed wildly out behind her. Here was the church. She turned Mary up the lane which ran beside it, shivering at the ghostly sound of the wind playing along the eaves. She had a moment to wonder why such a holy place as the church should seem so frightening after dark, and then realized it was not the church. It was the errand. Her first thought upon coming out of her faint was that my lord must help them. Hadn't he been there in all things, through thick and thin, never wavering? A moment later, she realized how mad the idea was. This was not a matter of my lord's courage, but of his very sanity. I think it's pretty adorable. And just kind of funny in how innocent it all started. Just 20 questions. Just learning about each other, and then suddenly, so are we together now? Like, it's cute. She hadn't needed Mr. Geoffrey to tell her so. The memory of Miss Evelyn Hyde had done that. She realized that neither Mr. Geoffrey nor my lord had been in Little Dunthorpe when it had happened. This had been almost half a year ago in the spring. Misery had entered the rosy summer of her pregnancy, morning sickness behind her, the final rising of her belly and its attendant discomfort still ahead. She had cheerfully sent the two men off for a week of grouse shooting and card playing, and footballing, and heaven alone knew what other masculine foolishness at Oak Hall in Doncaster. My lord had been a bit doubtful, but Misery assured him that she would be fine, and nearly pushed him out the door. That Misery would be fine, Mrs. Ramage had no doubt. But when my lord and Mr. Geoffrey left for Doncaster, she wondered if one of them, or perhaps both, might not return on the back of a cart, toes up. Oak Hall was the inheritance of Albert Fossington, a schoolmate of Geoffrey's and Ian's. Mrs. Ramage quite rightly believed that Bertie Fossington was bad. Some 3 years ago, he had eaten his favorite polo pony after it had broken 2 legs and needed to be destroyed. It was a gesture of affection, he said. Learned it from the Fuzzy Wuzzies in Cape Town, he said. Ricus. Wonderful chaps. Put sticks and things in their smoochers, what? Some of them looked like they could carry all 12 volumes of the Royal Navigation charts on their lower lips. Taught me that each man must eat the thing he loves. Rather poetic in a grisly sort of way, what? We're all just a little bit of a dork. It's okay. In spite of such bizarre behavior, Mr. Geoffrey and my lord retained a great affection for Bertie. I wonder if that means they'll have to eat him when he's dead? Mrs. Ramage had once wondered after a visit from Bertie, during which he had tried to play croquet with one of the house cats, quite shattering its poor little head. And they had spent nearly 10 days at Oak Hall this past spring. Not more than a day or two after they left, Mrs. Charlotte Evelyn Hyde of Storpington-on-Firkill had been found dead on the back lawn of her home, Cave of Birches. There had been a freshly picked bunch of flowers near one of the outstretched hand. The village doctor was a man named Bilford, a capable man by all accounts. Nevertheless, he had called old Dr. Shinebone into consult. Wilford had diagnosed the fatal malady as a heart attack, although the girl was very young, only 18, and had seemed in the pink of health. Wilford was puzzled. Something seemed not at all right. Old Shinny had been clearly puzzled as well, but in the end he had concurred with the diagnosis. So did most of the village, for that matter. The girl's heart had not been properly made. That was all. Such things were rare, but everyone could recall a sad case at one time or another. It was probably this universal concurrence that had saved Wilford's practice, if not his head, following the ghastly denouement. Oh, that's really sweet. Although everyone had agreed that the girl's death was puzzling, it had crossed no one's mind that she might not be dead at all. 4 days following the interment, an elderly woman named Mrs. Soames, Mrs. Ramage knew her slightly, had observed something white lying on the ground of the Congregational Church's cemetery as she entered it to put flowers on the grave of her husband, who had died the previous winter. It was much too big to be a flower petal, and she thought it might be a dead bird of some sort. As she approached, she became more and more sure that the white object was not just lying on the ground, but protruding from it. She came 2 or 3 hesitant steps closer and observed a hand reaching from the earth of a fresh grave, the fingers frozen in a hideous gesture of supplication. Blood-streaked bones protruded from the ends of all the digits save the thumb. Mrs. Soames ran shrieking from the cemetery, ran all the way into Storping's High Street, a run of nearly 1.25 miles, and reported her news to the barber, who was also the local constable. Then she had collapsed in a dead faint. She took to her bed later that afternoon and did not arise from it for nearly a month, nor did anyone in the village blame her in the least. The body of the unfortunate Miss Evelyn Hyde had been exhumed, of course, and as Geoffrey Aliburton drew Mary to a halt in front of the gate leading into Little Dunthorpe Seavey churchyard, Mrs. Ramage found herself wishing fervently she had not listened to the tales of the exhumation. They had been dreadful. Dr. Bilford, shaken to within an inch of sanity himself, diagnosed catalepsy. The poor woman had apparently fallen into some sort of death-like trance, much like the sort those Indian fakirs could voluntarily induce in themselves before allowing themselves to be buried alive or to have needles pass through their flesh. She had remained in this trance for perhaps 48 hours, perhaps 60, long enough at any rate to have awakened not to find herself on her back lawn where she had been picking flowers, but buried alive in her own coffin. She had fought grimly for her life, that girl, and Mrs. Ramage found now, following Geoffrey through the gates and into a thin mist that turned the leaning grave markers onto islands, that what should have redeemed with nobility only made it all the more horrid. The girl had been engaged to be married. In her left hand, not the one frozen above the soil like the hand of a drowned woman, had been her diamond engagement ring. With it she had slit the satin lining of her coffin, and over God knew how many hours she had used it to claw away at the coffin's wooden lid. In the end, ere running out, she had apparently used the ring of her left hand to cut and excavate and her right hand to dig. It had not been quite enough. Her complexion had been a deep purple from which her blood-rimmed eyes in a bulging expression of terminal horror. Oh no, It's always such a, unfortunate feeling when you can tell something bad is going to happen. And it's as soon as it does, you're just like, I knew it. The clock in the church tower began to chime the hour of 12, the hour when, her mother had told her, the door between life and death sways open a bit, and the dead may pass both ways. And it was all Mrs. Ramage could do to keep herself from shrieking and fleeing in a panic, which would not abate but grow stronger with each step. If she began running, she knew she would simply run until she fell down insensible. Stupid, fearful woman, she berated herself, and then amended that to stupid, fearful, selfish woman. It's my lord you want to be thinking of now, and not your own fears. My lord, and if there's even one chance that my lady... But no, it was madness to even think of such a thing. It had been too long, too long, too long. Geoffrey had led her to Misery's tombstone, and the two of them stood looking down at it as if mesmerized. Lady Calthorpe, the stone read. Other than the dates of her birth and death, the only inscription was, "Loved by many." She looked at Geoffrey and said, like one awakening from a deep daze, "You've not brought the tools?" "No, not yet," he responded, and threw himself full length on the ground and placed his ear against the earth, which had already begun to show the first tender shoots of new grass between the rather carelessly replaced sods. For a moment, the only expression she saw there by the lamp she carried was the one Geoffrey had worn since she had first opened her door to him, a look of agonized dread. Then a new expression began to surface. This new expression was one of utter horror mingled with an almost demented hope. He looked up at Mrs. Ramage, eyes staring, mouth working. "I believe she lives," he whispered strengthlessly. "Oh, Mrs. Ramage." Suddenly he turned over onto his belly and screamed at the ground. Under other circumstances, it would have been comic. "Misery! Misery! We're here! We know! Hold on, my darling!" He was on his feet a moment later, sprinting back toward the pony trap where the digging tools were, his slippered feet sending the placid ground mist into excited little rolls. Mrs. Ramage's knees unlocked and she buckled forward, near to swooning again. Of its own accord, seemingly, her head slipped to one side so her right ear was pressed against the ground. She had seen children in similar postures by the railway line, listening for trains, and she heard it. Low, painful scraping sounds in the earth. Not the sounds of a burrowing animal, these. These were the sounds of fingers scraping helplessly on wood. She drew in breath in one great convulsive gulp. Restarting her own heart, it seemed, she shrieked, "We're coming, my lady! Praise God and plead Jesus, we be in time! We're coming!" She began to pull half-healed turfs out of the ground with her trembling fingers, and although Geoffrey returned in almost no time, she had by then already clawed a hole some 8 inches deep. Seven. He was already 9 pages into Chapter 7. Geoffrey and Mrs. Ramage had managed to get Misery out of her grave in the barest nick of time, only to realize that the woman had no idea at all who they were, or who she herself was, when Annie came into the room. This time, Paul heard her. He stopped typing, sorry to be out of the dream. She held the first 6 chapters at the side of her skirt. It had taken her less than 20 minutes to read his first stab at it. It had been an hour since she had taken the sheaf of 21 pages. He looked at her steadily, observing with faint interest that Annie Wilkes was a bit pale. "Well?" he asked. "Is it fair?" "Yes," she said absently, as if this was a foregone conclusion, and Paul supposed it was. "It's fair, and it's good. Exciting. But it's gruesome, too. It's not like any of the other Misery books. That poor woman who scraped the ends of her fingers off." She shook her head and repeated, "It's not like any of the other Misery books." The man who wrote these pages was in a rather gruesome frame of mind, my dear, Paul thought. "Shall I go on?" he asked. "I'll kill you if you don't," she responded, smiling a little. Paul didn't smile back. This comment, which would once have struck him as in a league with such banalities as, "You look so good I could just eat you up," now seemed not banal at all. Yet something in her attitude as she stood in the doorway fascinated him. It was as if she was a little frightened to come any closer, as if she thought something in him might burn her. It wasn't the subject of premature burial that had done it. He was wise enough to know it. No, it was the difference between his first try and this one. The first one had all the life of an 8th grader's "How I Spent My Summer Vacation" theme. This one was different. The furnace was on. Oh, not that he had written particularly well. The story was hot, but the characters were stereotyped and predictable as ever. But this time he had been able to at least generate some power. This time, there was heat baking out from between the lines. Amused, he thought, she felt the heat. I think she's afraid to get too close in case I might burn her. "Well," he said mildly, "you won't have to kill me, Annie. I want to go on. So why don't I get at it?" "All right," she said. She brought the pages to him, put them on the board, and then stepped back quickly. "Would you like to read as I go along?" he asked. Annie smiled. "Yes, It would be almost like the chapter plays when I was a kid. Well, I can't promise a cliffhanger at the end of every chapter, he said. It just doesn't work that way. It will for me, she said fervently. I'd want to know what was going to happen in chapter 18, even if 17 ended with Misery and Ian and Jeffrey sitting in armchairs on the porch reading newspapers. I'm already wild to know what's going to happen next. Don't tell me. She added sharply, as if Paul had offered to do this. Well, I generally don't show my work until it's done, he said, and smiled at her. But since this is a special situation, I'll be happy to let you read it chapter by chapter. And so began the 1001 Nights of Paul Sheldon, he thought. But I wonder if you'd do something for me. What? Fill in these damned ends, he said. She smiled at him radiantly. It would be an honor. I'll leave you alone now. She went back to the door. I just got 2 messages from Eternal. Am I gaming or am I dead? Hold on. No, I kind of figured. I was just trying to continue with the book and such. I figure Eternal will come and bother me here in a bit. But I should be able to get to the last of this bit. Shoot. What? Okay. She went back to the door, hesitated there, and turned back. Then, with a deep and almost painful timidity, she offered the only editorial suggestion she ever made to him. Maybe it was a bee. He had already dropped his gaze to the sheet of paper in the typewriter. He was looking for the hole. He wanted to get Misery back to Mrs. Ramage's cottage before he knocked off, and he looked back up at Annie with carefully disguised impatience. I beg pardon? A bee, she said, and he saw a blush creeping up her neck and over her cheeks. Soon even her ears were glowing. 1 person in every dozen is allergic to bee venom. I saw lots of cases of it before I retired from service as an RN. The allergy can show in lots of different ways. Sometimes a sting can cause a comatose condition, which is similar to what people used to call catalepsy. Now she was so red she was almost purple. Paul held the idea up briefly in his mind, then tossed it on the scrap heap. A bee could have been the cause of Miss Evelyn Hyde's unfortunate live burial. It even made sense, since it had happened in mid-spring in the garden, to boot. But he had already decided that credibility depended on the 2 live burials being related somehow, and Misery had succumbed in her bedroom. The fact that late fall was hardly bee season was not really the problem. The problem was the rarity of the cataleptic reaction. He thought Constant Reader would not swallow 2 unrelated women in neighboring townships being buried alive 6 months apart as the result of bee stings. Yet he could not tell Annie that, and not just because it might rile her up. We'll see how this goes, because Navy's not expecting to be running matches. Oh, what? Spirit and Huntress. Damn it. What? That should not have hit. I was so out of range of that. Yep. Indeed. Almost. Goodbye. Damn, I was almost healed. I probably could have made it to Shack Pallet. I panicked. Probably go for one of those, because seems to be where Huntress is trolling about. Okay. I keep that line of sight if I can. She's gotta be so bad right now about this. Like, how does she know what's happening? Hell yeah. What's the horrifying humming? It's the, it's this legendary huntress skin, were elk. Oh, nice. She got hit out. Where's the spirit? Oh, you're way the hell over there. Okay. Let's see. Where do you end up? Hello. No. Stop it. Bye-bye. Oh, the spirit DC'd. What did you... Also, I don't know why he's not joining me. In the voice call.
In the name of my mother, I will find a way out of here.
Have a good night, hero. Hello, Fluff. Alright, well, hero, since you're the one who has been super invested in the story, I think that is a good place to call it. So I am just going to go to bed, and we will pick up more, hopefully tomorrow. We will see how my day goes. So I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. How much time is left for you? I'll catch you all on the next one. If I do not see you guys tomorrow, I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving. Get lots of foods, lots of munchies. Don't forget, anybody who is subbed has an active either fresh new sub or sub renewal. Anytime from November 20th to December 20th, you are eligible to enter the giveaway. Link here to the form to fill out, either through a sub to myself, a sub to Mars, or a sub to my Patreon. And I will send the link again for those on YouTube, so you can still have access to it, because I know the bot doesn't like to replies too quickly. So, and cheapest option is I do have a $3 tier on my Patreon. That is the cheapest, easiest way to get yourself an entry. And if you do one of each for sub to my channel, sub to Mars, and sub to my Patreon, you will get yourself 3 entries, 3 chances to win one of the 4 slots, either the grand prize or the 3 runners-up. So I'm very excited. So no matter what, if you win, you're getting stickers for my merch star, custom art done by me, and Steam keys. And if you don't have Steam, we can maybe work something else out for you. But I love you all so very, very much. Have a good one, everyone. Au revoir and good night.